Welcome everyone to the stream. I did stuff up the intro there just a little bit. I accidentally clicked the wrong thing, but I see we have some new faces in today. Welcome, Line? Peculiar name, but welcome. And I also see Mr. Buster Block. I don't believe I've seen you around before. Welcome, E-Dragon, who DM'd me. That was annoying. Crownless, welcome. Elias, welcome back. Groundhog, thanks for showing up, bro. Yes, it is my stream. Cheeky, welcome. And I think that is everybody. Have I not said hello to Gixa yet? Welcome back, Gixa. 3 purple vehicles, I approve. Notice anything? Notice anything in the stream today? Anything at all? Welcome, Omi. Umai. How's it going? How was the voice chat? Wait, what? You guys are in a voice chat? Weird. Either way, I don't mind. It's fine. As long as you're not DMing me. But yeah, these are the cars that we have today. 8 of them. Sure, one of them was a failed link. I don't think I got that one in time. And then there was another failed link, but that one got here in time. So yeah, only 8 showed up this week. I am tired, and so I left the VC. Okay then. Welcome, John 287. How's it going? My name is not Fifi. But to each their own, I suppose. 3 and a 1/8 purple car. You're right, there is one there that's slightly purple. Purple is a good color. I don't mind purple. Yeah, I think it's pretty good. What about your car, Cheeky? I don't know. Did you submit a car this week? Because if you did, it'd be here. Anyhow, let's go ahead and start looking at them. So the first one was, this was meant to be like a 3000 GT body, which I could see, with a 300 ZX front. So a little bit of Mitsubishi, a little bit of Nissan in there. Or, how is it that... I can't remember. How do Americans pronounce Nissan? I forget. Nissan or something like that? A little bit more Japanese style. I don't know. We pronounce it differently. Probably because we got Nissan quite late. Because previously it was Datsun. A little bit like England. And they call it Nissan as well. Anyway, let's go have a look at the running gear we got here. We've got, this is the alpha build of automation. You can see by the tire tread there. Then we have 2 piston brakes, double wishbone. We have front drive. That is a naturally aspirated V10 push rod. Very interesting. Push rod and fuel injected on this engine. So it's kind of like, oh wait, no, I think I remember reading the blurb on this. And I didn't read all of them because they were all too long. I was not in the mood for reading essays. This is a very similar story to the Dodge Viper, except it was more of a flop than the original Dodge Viper, which I don't think was a flop. It wasn't a huge commercial success, but that's because it was a Halo car. I do see a little bit of Supra, sorry, Mazda, but no Supra. So, okay then. It's pronounced Nerzan. Weeb, son. Basically was an industrial V10. Looks like a little Mazda RX-7. I think that's the body. The body is very 3000 GT RX-7 sort of style. Like, that's just... Unfortunately, the body is a little too recognizable. What are we... Oh, okay, we got a bit of the interior panel sticking out there. Ooh, points down! And this, I think, was one of the highest ranked for this week. Well, they didn't do a good job of showing out that one. Yeah, the engine, yeah. Industrial V10. No intake manifold. But that's not your fault, that's automation. I like how the fact that you can actually see, like, right down into the ports and everything. That's kind of cool. I like it. And, like, the little injector and everything. Anyway, pretty cool, pretty rockin'. Let's go see down the back. I don't know. Apart from like VW Audi, which I don't really consider sports cars, they're just kind of like, I don't know, they're trying to be good cars by playing the numbers. Anyway, has there been an all-wheel drive front-engine V8? Oh, sorry, V10. I don't think there has been. If any of the front is a bit 300ZX, sure. Anyway, double wishbone in the back with single piston brakes. That is a very big disparity. Look how small those brake discs are compared to the brake discs on the front, which means that that engine up the front must have been super heavy for this person from Gixxer, I'm assuming. Music is rather loud? Oh. Shouldn't be that loud. That should be right on point. How's that? That might be a little too quiet now, right? Anyway, let's go in and have a look at the interior. Oh, hold on. Yeah, we got a T-top on this. That's pretty good. I do like a good T-top. And then I noticed that, like, it's a different color. Weird. I don't understand. But anyway, still, it looks pretty good. I probably would have cleaned up this trim line along here. But to each their own, I suppose. It's a little too quiet now. God damn it. It is way too hard to get an accurate, like, volume setting here. That will do. There. You know what? It is a little loud, but it'll be fine. I'll just talk louder. Now, you should be able to hear me over it anyway. I have an old car built I have made. It is 2008 American President V10 Sport, okay. I see where the interior fixture sneaked out. It kind of looks like the window trim. It does a little bit. That's why I was confused as to what I was looking at first. I see a Jordan-inspired F1 car back there. There is an F1 car, and we will be getting to that. But let's quickly go in and have a look. We got pretty cool dash in there. Pretty sure this guy is using the, no? This might be... No, I don't think this is actually a working gauge cluster. I've seen the mod for the gauge cluster. I've got the link open. I've just not bothered to look at it myself. I see that they've chosen all the correct colors. They've done all that correctly, I think. So, pretty good attention to detail. The roof is see-throughable. That's good. They've done a fairly decent job in here. There's not really much visible. There's a little bit there, but really nice and closed up. So, what you would do is you would take this panel and then you would just rotate it to be in line as close as possible. There'll probably still be gaps, so then what you'll do is you'll use the patchwork fill-in bits, which are the angled bits, and then you would just kind of stick that along the door sill to line up with that. Not bad, though. Plus the inside, no texture, so it's invisible. Yeah, I mean, I do know ways of fixing that, but it doesn't really seem worth it, really. It's way too much effort. I like the digital dashboard. It does look pretty good. I do like the color scheme. Usually it's that brown and off-brown sort of color. I don't actually mind the green. The green looks pretty cool. If you do want to add double-sided materials like windows, let me quickly show you how to do that. So we're gonna have a look at unpacked. Nope, that's not right. There we go, unpacked. I do have some things in here unpacked. You go into main materials. There it is. Main materials.json. It's the same file name for every car. And then under one of these, it should have like double-sided. There we go. Double-sided true. If it's a window, it's usually double-sided false. So you can turn double-sided on. If you want, you could just type in like, so we're gonna copy this, go Control F, and then you would put in here Control V, and then put false. I don't know what that would actually do, but that would change everything to be double-sided. It probably will hurt the performance of the game, I don't know. Try it out yourself sometime. But yeah, basically you would go through and you'd have a look for double-sided true, and then you would see maybe if there was something to indicate that it was window or glass. So let's see if we can find that. Oops. Window, no. Glass, no. Yeah, I don't know. So yeah, go through, have a look, see if you can find the one. If you've watched my other things, you'll know how to open up the file in Blender, and then you'll be able to select the thing that you want to actually find. That's how you would do that, to find actually the right one. Welcome, Ruben! How's it going? Can't wait to see that video when it's out. Me and Ruben did a video together for his channel, if you guys want to go check that out at some point. The door fixture, haha, what? Anyway, welcome, Crispy Shaman. We do have a car of yours today, I'm pretty sure. Anyway, a fairly bland center console, but at least I've done a fairly good job of covering it up. Once again, sure, you might be able to fit kid legs through there, but I don't know if a kid is going to comfortably sit here. Especially with this sticking through the back, I don't get the feeling that was to cover up the wheel fender, but looks a bit weird. I do like the fact that they've tubbed the thing here. That's pretty good. They've done a fairly good job. How close is this to the... yeah. Unfortunately, fitting close to the fender just doesn't work really well currently. And you've also gone with cloth, and cloth comes out shiny. So, yeah, keep a mind on that. If we went back to the materials Jason, you could also see that you could change the material to be not so shiny. So you would find the material that you need, and then the roughness factor. So for the roughness factor for this is 1. 0 is shiny. 1 is flat. So like a roughness factor of 0.08 is a pretty good number for like fabric, I found. 0.8, 0.9, those are good factors for roughness. Otherwise it becomes a bit of a void of blackness if you have too much of a roughness on a black material. I've added the timestamps for Blender thingy. Awesome. Oh yeah, no, I did actually see that Groundless, that you did that for last week. Plastic seats a little bit. Welcome, Sheevy54. How's it going? What are we doing here? We are looking at the first car. I do like that you've tubbed it. Not many people put in that much effort. It's pretty good. I know that a lot of hatchbacks, not sportsbacks like this, will have a cover on here. I don't mind that you haven't put a cover on here because this is not really a hatchback per se. It is actually a sports car. Even though for some reason these get called hatchbacks, which is the most moronic thing. Like calling a station wagon, which is 4 doors and the 5th trunk for the trunk. They call that a shooting brake now, which is wrong. It's not what a shooting brake is. Welcome, Rob Beamer. We have a car of yours as well. Anyway, pretty good looking back end. A little bit basic, a little bit generic-y kind of fixtures, but still done a pretty good job here. I like the fact that the tail light, which is meant for more like a Dodge, I think, sort of thing, actually fits the body line fairly darn close. So you've done a pretty good job there. I do not like the default number plate fixture area stuff. That I'm not a big fan of. I like the dual exhaust. I would have liked to have seen like some sort of opening sort of thing. Anyway, pretty good. I do like the fact that you've also not gone like semi-slicks because like, I want more traction. Good job. Well done. Shooting brakes are 3-door wagons. Yes, but now they're calling 5-door wagons shooting brakes. Do you know why? Because it sounds different and unique and they want to stand out and sell more cars. It's basically the equivalent of boobs in the thumbnail to get clicks from like 5 years ago. Like, it's that unscrupulous. I'm disappointed to not see a bus here. There was no bus submitted. I tried to do the opening if you check that, haha. Tried to do the opening. Oh, you mean for the exhaust? Yeah, I see that it's cut away a little bit, but it doesn't really work. I like to use that one weird fixture that's, like you could use for a number plate fixture almost. It's kind of like a semicircle with a line through it, and the semicircle cuts in, and then at the top there, that's a flat line. So it kind of like goes like that. That one, I find if I like rotate it around so the flat line's that way, I put it down there as low as possible. I might make a video on it because I think it's still pretty cool, even though I don't use it too often because it doesn't always suit right. You put that down there, it gives a nice dome cutout, but it has a flat bit there. Then you use patchwork, bring that over, and then cut away that bit. I might just make it into a fixture, honestly. The Mercedes GT4 sounds about right. I think it was a Mercedes, and the other one was an Audi, I think. They got a lot of four-door coupe. Yeah! Why are they calling, like, things four-door coupes? What? Damn, son. Car naming convention is weird nowadays. I mean, what they're saying is wrong. But because it's, like, clickbaity enough for you to go like, oh, let's have a look for that one to maybe be on my next car or something like that. I don't know what it is that they're thinking. That will probably cotton on, and eventually Shooting Brake will lose its original definition, which Shooting Brake did lose its original definition for what we think of as Shooting Brake, because a Shooting Brake was originally something like a two-door Land Rover sort of looking thing. So, I mean, I get it. Tried to use that, but it wouldn't follow the line for the bumper. It directly goes down. Is there really any way to fix exploding steering with my mod body without going through J-beam files? What do you mean by exploding steering? Gonna have to be a little bit more specific than that, bruh. I don't know what you mean. Another problem is because the bus is too long, that it's just how it is. I still don't know what you mean. Yeah, a couple of the two-door cars, not a four-door. What? Four-door cars are sedans. Yeah. Sedans or saloons. Like, just call it a saloon if you want. Then we've got this wicked-ass looking thing. And weird join lines here. And the suspension is pokey. Is this a solid axle? What? I mean, it doesn't even have a driveline coming to it. Why would there be a solid axle on a 1979 F1 car? Also, you probably will want to fix up the meshing you've got around here. It seems that it's gone a little bit cockeyed. Or car. This is the word I was thinking of. Welcome, Fanny Faxbear. How's it going, bruv? There is a Shooting Brake kit for the C7 Corvette, and it looks very cool. I have seen Shooting Brake Corvettes in the past, and they do look really cool. Solid axle on a race car. The old F1 cars, yes, did come with solid axles quite often, but that kind of died out in... I think the last ones you probably would have seen would have probably been in the 60s, but most of them would have died out in the 50s. I thought it was called exploding steering when the wheels turn too much and you hear it. Ah, okay then. It has to do with the aspect ratio of the car. Unfortunately, I don't really know of any way of fixing it without J-beam editing. You could try making the vehicle wider. There's many different ways of doing that through the visual thing that you do now in the fixture setting. You know, the extra visual things you can do in the new version of automation. You can widen it out there, or you can just go in and go to your tire section and add more offset. Usually, if you get it to finally the right width that it wants, it'll work again. It's just because automation has a problem with aspect ratios. When something becomes too narrow of an aspect ratio, somehow their math breaks down and the steering just janks out horribly. Though the J-beam editing is not that hard, actually. What is this weirdness? It is quite weird there, Crispy Jump. Solid axle for I honestly have no idea. Never mind. So yeah, I believe this is meant to be an early Venturi car by the looks of that. And you can see here that it even goes down and has the side things. Not going to be a whole lot of Venturi in here, I'm going to be honest. I don't know if that was intentional. If that was intentionally the way that was. Yeah, it looks pretty cool. We got semi-slicks on here. I have updated my F1 Lotus car, and that'll be coming out soon. It's got speedo, temperature, RPM, steering wheel, fixed meshes. But the other thing I did is I took the tire paint, which you could do now, and you can change that to be just something that looks like tire material. And that's what I'd probably suggest doing for these. Just my opinion, though. Well, I guess a bus just wasn't a good place for a start for a mod body. I don't know, man. Sometimes you just shit out of luck. Maybe make the tires narrower and move them further out to the side. That will give you the offset that you need, whilst not poking out of the side of the vehicle. Might work. Actually, that will work, but whether it gets wide enough to work the way you want it to work, that's questioned. Well, I guess the bus was okay. Welcome, EJBMX. How's it going? Don't you think pushrod is in the front and multi-link in the rear would work better? It comes down to what the original car has, and I'm assuming there's a reason why this person chose this particular axle on the front. It might have actually used a solid axle. I don't know. I don't think it would have, though. I do know how to fix it through JBM editing by limiting the steering angle, but it has the widest... there is other ways of doing it as well by moving nodes around. Predominantly the steering nodes are the ones that have the biggest issues. You just have to get them situated right, so then they don't push against each other and pop. Holy moly, that car is wide. Which car? This one? I don't think it's that wide. Okay, maybe it is a bit wide. One question, does this have a double chassis though? Huh? Are you saying does it have its own chassis? Not by the looks of it. Looks like they've turned it invisible. Ah, I see that they've also got like the footwell in there. And that glass goes quite far forward. I could see though that they've tried to, yeah. They didn't fill in this gap, which is something that if you look closely on my mod bodies, you'll see that. The reason why is because for some reason in Blender, no matter what you do, if you have a tight angle on a piece of geometry, it will like show the lines coming through as if it's like breaking. I've gotten to the point now where I go, oh well, it doesn't actually look like that when you take it over to automation and here in BeamNG, so I just don't bother caring about that anymore. Made it to stream, looks like my car will be the last to present. Okay, Broken Urza, welcome, and welcome Ishan Deventure. I don't believe I've seen you around here before, so welcome. Welcome, Jude, how's it going? A double chassis is a development from Lotus F1 team in the early days of Ground Effect. Still doesn't explain what you mean by double chassis. Like, you know what? I haven't gotten into looking into that part. I don't know what it is. So that's separate from the tub. What? Anyway, here we go. We have the engine in the back. The engine is not connected though. I really thought they would have been connected because usually they use the engine as a stress member in the car. So usually they are connected. So I don't know about this. I don't know what this would have been. Guy had a solid axle in the front according to the stats and double wishbone in the back. That is weird. Why would they have that? That is so strange. And I believe this is meant to be the Ford DVF engine, which is like, I don't know that for certain, but this looks like the Ford DVF engine. A fairly moderately sized V8 with mechanical fuel injection, 90 degree, all that sort of goodness. It just looks like that sort of engine. I see also that Automation's exporter has chucked on a muffler, even though they probably don't have a muffler on this thing, which is really so frustrating. They also didn't turn the material on the exhaust Loop bit invisible, which is weird. I don't know, man. They've made plenty of questionable choices here. Then we have single piston brakes in the rear. Holes that don't light up, unfortunately, but still, whatever. It's pretty cool. All right. Lots of cool, wacky, and weird stuff going on here. Like, there's glass here? Why is that? That is very peculiar. And then the tub in here is a little too sloped. I usually like to make this a bit of like a seat angle. I don't know if that would really work. I don't know. Seems like that would just crimp your neck a little too much. But I like it. Lots of cool stuff here. A little bit of a vent there, which I didn't notice before. If this is like a really... No. You've tried to do something here, and I'm not entirely sure what it is. But it hasn't worked. Anyway, pretty darn good job no matter what. If this is your first attempt, fan-bloody-tastic on that. And I like the fact that you use the actual axle as opposed to going, no, that's stupid. Also, Phil, did you move your face cam towards you? No, it's probably zoomed in a little bit, though. What I did was a video collaboration in a group with, for Carmighty, which some of you will probably know. And I had to have my... I'm going to move my chair out of the shot just in case. I had to use my rig, and I had to bring my camera down here. That was a whole faff and all that sort of stuff. So things may be a little bit different today. But I am noticing, yes, it is a little bit zoomed in. The name's the Arrow 2. That was made CFD. Yep. Made in CFD only. I don't know what CFD is. I've heard of it before, but my brain is drawing a blank. You tried to merge them? Ah. Yeah, don't need to merge them. All you need to do is just... if you're in Blender, say, select the two things, right-click join. It doesn't matter if they're not actually connected. They just have to be basically one object, and that's all you need. But performance interests me. The car has basically cursed everything wrong. Yeah, I get what you're saying there, Kixer. Thanks, man. It's the worst F1 car in reality? Really? Okay, then. According to its stats. There is actually a lot of contentions for the worst, quote-unquote, F1 car of all time. Like, you could probably say that the Jaguar was the worst F1 car of all time. The king of hot lapping at the time was Mark Webber, but the car just kept on breaking down all the time. And when he was driving for Jaguar, like, they had the winning formula, but the cars were just shit. So, like, they worked sometimes. I suppose that you would call that more of, like, the most disappointing car of all time. Welcome, Daywom Gaming. How's it going? And we got some spam in there. Big Phil. What? The simulation software used for Aero, but I love this car, so I made this in Blender. Ah. It's Aero 2 and was made in CFD. Yeah, okay. Weird, I don't understand. Actually, the worst car is Life. I've heard that one as well, but I've heard there is worse. Had a W12, that I know about. It was like a fully custom engine, which they didn't need to do. Computational fluid dynamics. Ah, okay then. I thought I'd heard about it, and I had. It's something I heard about a long time ago, and then I've heard recently a few more times through Kyle Engineering. Then we've got chromed wheel fenders. Sure, not the choice I would have made, but okay. Big Chungus tires on here. I believe that is new automation by the looks of it. Cool wheel hubs. That looks pretty freaking awesome. We have disc brakes. Okay, I thought this probably would have been drums by how old it looked, but anyway. In here we have a 60-degree V6 twin turbo. Very interesting engine, a very rare type of engine, also being quad cam. This is a very European engine. Usually you wouldn't bother putting in a 60-degree anything in an American car. Very, very rare. Consider the H16, yeah, those were pretty bad. Aero 2 wasn't that bad. It scored points. There are a lot of cars that scored no points. There were, Porsche cars that came before the one that I made, the 804. What were they? The 817, I think, or something like that? I can't remember exactly. Anyway, those ones did miserably. And then the one, like, in between those two, I can't remember what that one was called either, but that one, I think, ended, like, 2 or 3 races and, like, scored nothing. And then they shit-canned it. The wheel wells look better in automation. Yeah, that'll happen. That's what happens when you use chrome at the moment. The 2 materials which I have too much trouble with is chrome and cloth. For whatever reason. Ah, yes, the Lifestyle United had understeer when turning. Yeah, but that's because that car was, like, set up in, like, record time and released before it was ready. I can't understand that one. Porsche knew what they were doing, though, and they sucked. Even the V10 from the Dodge Viper is 90 degrees. Yeah, I know, right? Set the precedence for making wide-angle V10s. Usually before then, they were either diesel or not wide-angle. Anyway, interesting engine. Not American at all, even though this does look a little bit American-ish. I don't know, I can't really comment. Then we have single piston front disc brakes on the front. They're not going to do a particularly good job. Big intercooler. Seems to have at least all-wheel drive. I think that might be 4-wheel drive. I'm unclear. Then out to a solid axle. Sure, okay. I mean, you can have solid axle on the front. That is a common thing which used to exist. Like, I mean, look at this one. This is solid axle. It's got pivot points. You can have solid axle on the fronts of cars. That is pretty common for off-roady sort of vehicles. That is a shitting brake body. I just noticed. Nice work. Fun fact, I tried to do a wide angle for my car in automation, but don't have the option. You just scroll back on the mouse. Anyway. And the blue trim is a pale blue chrome in automation. Okay. Anyway. Interesting, they've gone for leaf springs instead of... coil springs instead of leaf springs. Drum brakes on the rear. Interesting setup. Now, let's have a little bit more of a look at the styling. What do they say? That's the looks only a mother could love? That's, interesting. Sure. Very eclectic. Extra spotties up there. Weird. Okay, coming around to the back. Also very... Anyway, coming up here, we got exhaust poking through, but for some reason it didn't cut out. Weird. Okay. So, yeah, I believe this one was meant to be cursed. They've also used the wrong things here for rock sliding sort of thingies or steps. Also, the fact that it comes out through the side of the panel and not from underneath the vehicle where it would probably bolt on. Peculiar choices. Then moving into here, we have... I mean, the interior works at least. There's no dash, but I sometimes don't put in a dash either. No door cards. But at least they've got good colors. Pretty decent. I probably would have put in... not blue on the cell there. That's just weird. Anyway. Cursed car. Done for the memes. We shall see how it goes when we get around to actually testing it. Welcome, Flavesy. How's it going? 140 degree inverted V5. Sure, okay then. I don't think a mother could love that. I agree. Another thing that looked better in automation. Oh, I don't even think this would look good in automation. Honestly, that is... ugh. Anyway, then moving on to this one. They've tried to submit this a few times, and it's finally made it in. I think predominantly, though, due to the fact that there was not enough submissions this week. But that's fine. I mean, I've been wanting to do this one for a while. It's just that there were other options that were ahead of it and whatnot. I would probably use patchwork to fill in this little bit of a gap here. And then use the angled patchwork that goes in like a bit of an angle sort of weird looking thing. And then like flatten that out in the scaling, rotate it 90 degrees, and then plop that in there to fill in this side gap here. I think that could do a pretty good job for filling in. Or if you're lazy, you'd probably actually be able to use the square vent fixture and put that in there, and then it should not overlap with the lights, but also just give like a backing to this sort of thing that you've got going on here. I love how I've been chatting here and he just notices V. Yeah, sorry, bro. There's too much chat happening, too much reading that I kind of give up on the names. A V5 would be similar to the VR6 engine, just the cylinders are separated and there is one less cylinder. It depends how much of an angle they have the V5 on. I don't know, man. I believe the only V5 that's existed has been on a motorbike, and I think I know why. I think it's because an uneven banked engine, so like a V5, would be unbalanced. So it would shake quite a bit. But on a motorbike, it would be so tiny that it probably wouldn't have much inertia to cause too much shake. It's also a like motorbike engines are usually transversely mounted, so it's only going to shake like front to back. So that's probably why they would do that. Anyway, no, there was actual VR5 in the Golf. Oh, really? Is that just a VR6 with like a missing cylinder? I'm not sure about having the wheel liners painted the same color as the body, but let's have a look what we got here. Pretty decent wheels. Ah! Okay. 2-piston brakes. Sometimes my keyboard just sticks. I hate it. I really hate it. I need a new, better keyboard. Like, I just bought this one and it's not cheap, but it's really shit. We have a V8 overhead cam, which is very uncommon, especially for an American car, which this one looks like. I'm guessing is what that's meant to be. And then we have dual 4-barrel carburetors, which is also very uncommon, especially for something that looks like an American car. Let's go in and see what we have. No front drive, good. So they've thought about... they've even painted the transmission and drive shaft in different... Okay. Sure. Okay. Then we have semi-trailing up, so this thing is going to be oversteer happy. This is probably going to be very oversteery. Or they fixed it with chronic understeer. Single piston brakes on the rear with independent rear suspension. So, I mean, it looks like an American body, but it doesn't seem to be very American-y. Okay. That is not enough lights on the rear for this to be a legal car. There needs to be 3 lights, generally. In America, 2 of them can be the same thing, which is basically the brake and indicator. But everywhere else in the world, they're separate. Then there also has to be a reverse light. I see none of that. Also, usually the number plates are usually inset for more than just one reason. One, it looks kind of more aerodynamic, which is weird when it's on the back, but sure, okay. Like to be uniform in shape sort of thing. The other one is if you get rear-ended or like scrapes, bumps, all that sort of stuff, you don't want to scratch the number plate. You want that to be perfectamundo, especially with the I believe it's like a 5-mile-an-hour rule in America, basically, where any collisions under 5 miles an hour should result in no damage, I think, or like easily repairable, like pop out a bumper or something like that. So that wouldn't work. There is also no bumper, but I'm sure, okay. And the exhaust, you probably could have put a cut out there or something at least. Not too bad though. Then we've got semi-slick tires, or is that sports compound? That might be sports compound. Very unusual, but sure. Fuel filler cap is a little bit too 3-dimensional in my opinion. I've never really particularly liked these ones because they are way too 3-dimensional. So if you ever see me use it, you'll notice it's very flat. That's because I flattened it out a lot. Usually they'd like to keep them flush, because ever since like the 1920s, they started to like really care about like things being flush for design to look more aerodynamic. Which is why a lot of the times there's not even a fuel filler cap visible. It's usually got a door over the fuel filler cap. Looks like an early hour car. That is slicks. Okay, that's slicks then. Okay, and no interior. You probably should have made the windows completely opaque, or whatever you want to call it. Anyway. Onto the front still, yeah. I don't like the fact that this bumper is very three-dimensional. It looks like a Play-Doh car. It looks very weird. There's no front bumper. There's no indicators. There's no indicator on the side. There's no side trim. The bonnet is a little bit bland. I see that you're going for an off color. I don't know why it doesn't particularly look good. If you wanted to make it look like the racing cars that have a black bonnet, then make it black. There's just a severe lack of detail, unfortunately. But maybe what you're betting on is for it to have good driving and handling. So we shall judge it on that, because styling, that's getting a 0. Opaque windows, yes. Windows, okay. Then we've got this one. Complete polar opposite in the fact that this thing has lots of detail on it. I think there's a reason this car got no upvotes. Yeah, pretty much, for 3 weeks in a row. But I do like to still do a beginner car each week. I was just hoping that that person would go back and revise it, realizing that the reason it's not getting votes is because they could put more effort into it. But they keep submitting it as is, so it finally got around to being submitted when there was only 8 cars on the subreddit for that week. Anyway, I do like the fact that the bumper here wraps around, which is something I'm looking at this going, I need to do this. That's what I need to do for a bumper, because, yeah, I struggle with this quite often. That is a really good thing. I also like the fact that there's a split line down here, which is actually very common for bumpers. And I'm noticing that now going, that's good attention to detail right there. I love it. Then the indicator on the front and on the side. Good headlights, decent grille. I like the fact that you've gone for a line down here. Sure, okay. Pretty good. Love the little bit of a ram scoop. Though there's something wrong with it, and I'm not entirely sure. Did you place this 3-dimensionally and not 2-dimensionally? Is that what's happened here? Anyway, then you've got this vent here, which I don't think really suits this era. Or maybe I'm just wrong. I get the feeling this is meant to be some sort of window squirter. Are we on the wrong? Hold on. The engine is off. It just shakes. All right then. Alt-U. Get rid of the UI again. Very blocky sort of things around here. I'm noticing that this looks incredibly blocky for some reason, and this looks blocky. Is that glass in front? No, it's not. That's just very shiny, apparently. Looks like we've got a lot of attention to detail on the interior here. I love the contrasting white and black, and then with the purple. Unfortunately, you've gone a shiny purple, which I'm gonna guess is probably because you had it's set to cloth. If this car is fun to drive, aesthetics don't matter as much to me. Fair enough. This one is a Mitsubishi V8. Ah, okay then. Thick V8, okay. Cool, 3 seats. Is this a seat? Oh, okay, camera, keyboard, please. This actually is a seat fixture. I don't think I've seen this one before, or have I? Not sure. Anyway, pretty good, except for the fact that the dash is too low and too far back. I'm assuming the reason why you've done that is because it would otherwise poke through like it is already. But no, that's actually the door trim. Tisk, tisk, tisk. So what you would do is you'd actually fit it up where it would really belong, and then you would fit in a dash gap filler part. Or do the thing which I explained on how I deal with dash gap, because that looks wrong. It just doesn't seem right, I would say. It's probably the better way of saying it. We've only got one mirror as well. Interesting. And the fact that they've got it poking through there as well. That's, Oh, and I'm also noticing that the door trim goes in. Weird. It's not the way that I usually do it. But there is a lot of attention to detail, so I can't poo-poo them too much. Pretty decent. They've tried to put on a parcel shelf. Pretty good. Hey, look at that. I found the stuff in the boot. That is a very small gas canister. Anyway. Lots of interesting things in here. Those are not the wheels for this car, but okay. Noticing they're also different sizes. Peculiar. Then we have a trunk with nothing in the trunk. Okay. What is that? Weird. Did they... I think they put a fuel tank in here. Okay. I wonder if they know that you can add actual proper fuel tank physics to a thing, and then they tried to add the fuel tank that they got there to the flex body section for the fuel tank. This is a thing you can do. I remember, like, I looked at it a while ago, then Ekai Min did it properly. The Camso engine is the one you want to look at for the fuel tank. Then go down towards the bottom. Then you would put the nodes in here. And you'll probably have to create... Yeah, okay, then the beams go here. So you'd probably create 4 nodes, probably. Give them whatever name you want to call them, like FT for fuel tank 1, 2, 3, 4, or 0, 1, 2, 3, depending what sort of naming nomenclature you go with. Then you would connect the beams to nearby nodes. So like, if we go Control N, that's the wrong car. Nearby nodes would be something like A39 there, I could see, A65, I see A0. You don't want to connect to exhaust or anything, I see A4 there, those sorts of things. Then when you're done with that, you would then go into the flex bodies, you would copy the same sort of text that you would see in the main J-beam for the car. You would take that sort of formatting and you would put in what sort of flex body would be there, and you would name the group there, and then you would name the group here for what sort of flex body you think you're going with. I wish this was done properly, but whatever. What can you do? I think it was originally in at some point, but I think they removed that functionality, which is weird. Anyway, they got a wing on here. I believe that is actually a real wing, even though that looks like a lip. We have a tow bar, but it's coming out of the middle of the bumper, which is peculiar. They are transporting wheels for a project car? Probably, actually. This person has good taste in color? Sure, okay. Alright, I'm putting this tutorial in the timestamps. That's up to you if you want. Modern vents, 3D placed scoop seems... The steering wheel is gonna be a bitch to work on since it's a bit too low. I mean, it is close in position. Like, you can fit your legs in there. I mean, it's a little bit cramped there with the foot pedals, but this is not a real car. This is an automation car, unfortunately. But, I mean, you could fit in there. It'd just be cramped. It'd be a little bit tricky. If you're fat, you're not gonna be able to fit your leg under there easily. You're gonna have to, like, lift your leg up and get your, like, your shin part through, maybe, first. I'm also surprised that this isn't a bench seat. There are bench seats that fold forwards as well, so you could have done that if you wanted to. That license plate isn't even legal in Texas. Let's have a look. Is it because it's stretched out wide? Is that why? Or is it because it's being covered by the tow bar? Usually the tow bar will be a little bit lower than that. I was thinking they were jacking wheels. My car is here. Yeah, it's a real wing, but small wing, yeah. Anyway, interesting stuff. Let's have a look at the running gear of it. And we have a V8 with twin carburetors. That is quite uncommon. Wait, hold on. The vent hoses are going up to the radiator? Does this thing suck in coolant into the manifold or into the carburetor? That's peculiar. Anyway, naturally aspirated V8 push rod. That's a proper American engine. I see also we got a fan on here. I wonder if this is actually a working prop fan. Let's, nope. That's just for looks. That's fine. Or maybe it's electric. I don't know. You can switch your engine fan to electric. To mechanical. Do I still have that open? No, I don't. Anyway, there's just a small one there that says like fan type, and I think you can put in like a mechanical where it says electrical, and that should change that. With US plates have to be a specific size. Oh, okay then. Sure, whatever. Drag tires in the trunk, but there were only 2. There was not 4, and they were different sizes, so not really. Water injection, something like that. Also have a connected steering axle. What? Anyway, wet injection. Anyway, we have double wishbone on the front with 2 piston brakes. I thought this was a 50s body. What if they had such sophisticated brakes? Anyway, let's head down to the oh, that looked cool. Like the twist on this. That's pretty nice. Anyway, coming down dual exhaust all the way into a solid axle leaf spring with... Is that a drum brake? That looks like a drum brake. Okay, so at least the rear is quite accurate. Then we have hard long lives. No sports compound yet for you. That's good. I'm assuming this is a later car. Maybe this is 60s or 70s. They may have put radials on this as opposed to cross plies. It's a 1969 car. So yeah, I mean, it might have had, radials at that point. But this is more of a 1950s body, I think. I could be wrong. I'm actually probably wrong about that. Anyway, moving on to this one. Now, this one I know is out of time. They got a lot of the things right. The fact that it has rear brakes only, that's pretty cool and interesting and quite accurate up until about 1929. This is meant to be 1926. But this body is more akin to the 1900s to the 1910s. That sort of time period. They still did have this sort of like open fender sort of look, but they were a lot more streamliney and a little bit more enclosed than this by this time period. Wait, those aren't drums, those are solid disc. Oh, are they? Okay, then the caliper didn't show up for some reason. Very peculiar. Yeah, it had radials? Cool. Okay. We have very narrow wheels in here. I hope they are cross splice and not radials, but there's no way for me to really tell. I like the fact that they've got their own suspension, but it doesn't... They didn't get rid of the suspension there, or at least put this over the existing suspension. That would have been pretty darn cool. I like the fact that it's got a crank start. That's pretty nice. This is a always connected crank. You can have... so the fact that you would have to like pull this in and pull it out at some point. There were some car companies like French cars that designed it so then you wouldn't have to like yank at it to try to get it out, which would be quite unsafe. And then when it starts up, if the engine goes faster than the crank, which should happen, then it has a bit of a spline on there which would push it out. The unfortunate thing is if you didn't let go quickly enough or it was poorly designed, it would push out while your hands were still on it, and it could break your wrist. And James May had a car that was poorly designed. It was the Citroen, I think, and they did a rally with it. And he was talking about that exact issue, which I already knew about. Like, there were some really janky ones, but yeah, if you wanted the sort that was ratchet style, so it would only crank with the engine and then otherwise let go, those ones are always dangling low. They don't generally hold at an angle like that. They can, if it like gets knocked up in the incorrect way. Depends which way the engine's rotating and stuff, but yeah. Does the crank start work though? Probably not. Yeah, I don't see any nodes on it, unfortunately. That would be cool though, wouldn't it? I wonder if there's a way of doing that. I wonder if you could like make it a drive shaft prop or something directly connected to the engine and then turn that prop, which would then turn the engine. Does a BeamNG have rolling start? Because that's basically what it would be doing. That's the thing to look into, maybe. I like that idea. If somebody else does it before me, that's fine, but I wouldn't mind checking into that for myself. Welcome, Creeper Freak. I don't believe I've seen it around here before, so welcome. That suspension is just, they are default on that body. Oh, okay then. Well, what I probably would have done then was make the chassis narrower with the new settings, and then make the wheels more offset, maybe? That would probably work, something like that. That would make it look a bit weird. But, I don't know, there's not really much you could do there. Is suspension meant to be a car design in 1917, but couldn't come out until the 20s? Oh, is this your car? Oh, okay then. Should be easy enough to do crank starting. It really depends whether BeamNG has implemented a way of having like engines going, ignition is on, then it starts the engine. If that isn't implemented in the engine, then that might not work. See a car like this, I think of Brum. Yeah, I get that. I think of Brum too sometimes. I don't know if anyone remembers Brum, but it reminds me of Brum. Yeah, I get it. Brum was a lot smaller though. Brum was more like a push car, which is weird since it, like its name was after the sound that an engine makes. Anyway, let's go in and have a look. No brakes on the front, which is pretty good. Moving in here, we've got a tiny little 4-cylinder. I love the fact that you went with log. That's really cool. Push rod, which is rather nice. And then a single carburetor on a fairly compact manifold. Nicely done. I like it a lot. I tried to do a rolling start. I could get it to work. Yeah, that's my car. Broken English, but okay. I like this. Usually the exhaust will be very small though for quietness factor, because mufflers weren't really much of a thing back then. Go into a solid axle rear, pretty nice. Oopsie daisies. I like the fact that you got 2 spare tires on there. Unfortunately, the material came out a little too shiny. Is this old automation? Looking at the tread pattern, yes, this is old automation. You don't have the updated. So yeah, unfortunately, material exports are all broken, basically. I love the whole, like, spherical thing here. That's pretty good. Yeah, pretty cool stuff. Me likey. There's a lot of cool detail on here. I wonder, do you have dials and gauges? No, that's fine, whatever. I wonder, hold on. Do we have steering? No, we don't. Damn. Anyway. Now that was me thinking of Noddy. Noddy is different. Same sort of time period though. Bill and Ben, the flower pot men. I never saw that much or at all. That was way after my time. Like I had Gumby. I had Gumby a lot. And Trapdoor. I could not. My bad autocorrect is dumb. Okay then. This car. Looking pretty fine. Not completely sold on the vent on the side, but sure. I mean, I do have a updated version of that fixture. They could have used that. I don't like the fact that this comes out default chrome, and then you've just gone with that. I'm not a big fan of that, but it's not the worst thing. There is like a contiguous like flow of lines up to that like part in between the headlights and the lower part of the top part of the grille. The lower part of the converging lines is at the top part of the grille. Yeah, that's sort of like the lines are kind of going in that way. It looks fairly decent. Pretty good job. Like the hood bulge. I like the fact that the vents seem to suit it pretty nicely. Wheels are a little bit of the wrong genre and wrong era. That looks like 2000s, and it also looks like a truck wheel, not a sports car wheel. The back end... Sorry, I'm getting hiccups now. The back end here... Not good at all. It's a complete mismatch. The front actually, though with basic fixtures, matched each other and had like converging lines. This is a mess. This back end design gets a big no from me. And then the fuel filler is also not particularly contiguous with the design. Yeah, like, you spend a lot of time on the front, and that's usually where a lot of hero shots are taken from. I get it. And the back end is trickier and harder. I get it. But this is lazy. This is very lazy. Like, I get the fact that you wanted some sort of door handle-y sort of thing here, but that does not look right. It's a very broad, flat back end. Uncommon, but does look pretty cool. You could have done something here for the number plate. The tail lights look terrible. This is probably the wrong alignment. Probably should have been aligned with the horizon or whatever. Or just been a completely different fixture altogether. The wing here, you've done some Is that actually the fixture? That is weird. Not how I would have done that anyway. Green windshield wiper, sure. Okay, some of them do cut through there. Carbon fiber dash hasn't turned out so well in BeamNG. Unfortunately, that's not particularly great. Is this old automation? This might be old automation. I can't tell. Yep, that's old automation. Okay. So that's why everything is shiny, and the fact that carbon fiber looks like complete arse, unfortunately. I mean, at least you've tried with the interior. I get it. You've done an okay enough job. It's kind of deceiving. The front end looks pretty decent. There's not really much to poo-poo there. But the interior and the back end and kind of the side, not great. There's lips on the front, little canards on here, but there's no side lip as well. That's uncommon usually. I mean, they do happen sometimes, yes. But on a like two-door sports car where it is all about being sporty, that's not as common. Hey, Gaiden Hood, welcome. I don't believe I've seen you around here before, so welcome to the stream. Very plain, but at least this is legal. Yes, at least it has everything required. Also, the fact that, your front bumper also sticks out too far. I probably would have removed the back thing there and then made it sit flush with the mesh part of the grille. They did use one of the harder bodies to use this. I mean, it's not a simple body, but it's not a hard body by any means. A lot of purple cars this week. I mean, there's 3 and a bit of them, yes. I would say this is... Actually, you know what? That's a little bit more bubblegum, but that's because I can't really explain the fact that this is between pink and purple. I'd say it's a little bit more pink than purple, though, if I was to describe it a color. But if you look at it from a distance next to purple cars, it does kind of look purple, I suppose. Now, the front is a little too busy for my liking, but... I mean, I can get why it would be, but then usually when fronts are very busy, they're very three-dimensional. There's not a lot of three-dimensionality to this, unfortunately. I can see that you've tried to do it here with some of these things. It just doesn't quite... worked, in my opinion. But, aside from that, it actually looks pretty decent. Is this... This song started as like the ring chime for the thing like iPhone or something, right? Anyway, yeah, it sounds like a phone ringtone. I can't really put my finger on which ringtone it is. Ah, this is your car, Brokenezza. Okay, then. Maroon? No, not maroon. This is a nice... This is a nice 5-door coupe shooting brake. Yeah, I get that. I'm gonna kill you, Rob. I'm gonna find out where you live and I'm gonna hunt you down. Anyway, cool little hood scoop, very Subaru-esque, very Audi-esque vent there. The door handles kind of blend in. They don't really suit the fashion of the car, but okay. I mean, you've at least got a fuel filler and everything. Back end looking a little bit better. Is there a sheen glass over this? There is. Good. I think maybe that sheen glass was maybe a little bit more tinted. That would look absolutely awesome. And a pretty nice looking design. It looks like a near supercar back end. Skype ringtone? That might be the one I'm thinking of. I think so. Anyway, yeah, very weird song. Pretty decent. Once again, no side skirt on the side. Like, the rear end is very designed. I'm also noticing... Does that... Oh, no, it does clear it a little bit. I just didn't look like it from a certain angle. Like, a lot of error sort of stuff... I hate this song. It's too distracting. The fact that it sounds like a ringtone. Yeah, this looks like very over-designed, but there's no side skirt. I mean... It doesn't need a side skirt, but it really looks like it probably should have one. Does the rear suit the front? There's no, like, splitter on the front. It feels like there should be a splitter here. Also, what's this, like... I think this is also what's kind of getting me, is there's like gaps in here. I would have used patchwork to fill in that gap there. That just looks distracting to me. I think it's part of what's kind of throwing me off on the design. Here, for this angle, I don't really notice it, but it's not a good angle, unfortunately. If we go from the top angle, yeah, it's very distracting, unfortunately. Anyway, let's go in. I can see the back of a translucent gate. This actually looks really cool from this angle. Oh, it looks cool from both angles. Okay. That's pretty cool looking. I like that. How it would work, I don't particularly know, but sure. It actually goes off the edge of the glass as well. Okay, sure, okay. That looks pretty trippy. If there was a way that this actually worked and worked properly as a dash and didn't like reflect light from like the sun coming from behind or from an angle or something like that and like blinding the driver, that would be pretty freaking epic. I see that you've also got camera mirrors. I noticed that these two screens there before I noticed the camera mirrors, but yeah, looks like we have some sort of automatically controlled transmission, whether it's automatic or not. We have 4 seats and all of them are buckets. And there's no like center seat thingy. Interesting. All right, this looks pretty darn cool. I like the interior for the most part. And this is a super wagon, hence the design of the back. Yeah, I got that. With the big rear diffuser, there was no way that this was not a super wagon. This thing looks fast. It does look pretty fast from some angles, I agree. It's got to look good at the back when that's all they'll see. Nice. Nicely done. I think it's a hydraulic holographic display, which does exist. Yes, but usually if there's lighting behind a holographic display, it becomes very transparent and really hard to read and see. So that's why you haven't actually seen that technology used in cars yet. There is a little bit of that use with projecting onto the windshield into the eyes, but that can be sometimes hard to see. It doesn't always work very well, but that works. That's not what this is, though. Check the internals. I will in a second. Oh, Z-Dragon off. All right, catch you later, E-Dragon. Catch you next time. Let's move in and finally have a look at this. We have 3 6-piston brakes. Okay, fairly big and chunky. What tires are we running on? We have, is that sports? I think that's sports. Then we have double wishbone, no front drive. We have V12. A race intake. There's no airbox filter whatsoever, so this isn't an engine that's going to last very long. We got 4 or 5 valve. 4 valves per cylinder. Okay, pretty decent. So this car might be a little bit tricky to control. It looks like it's going to be powerful because that is a big looking engine. Also, the exhaust is pretty chunky, even though that is an automation automation issue. Multi-link single piston from 6 to 1. That seems like a massive disparity, and this thing is probably going to wash out quite bad if you try to trail brake or brake late or brake mid-corner. We shall see, though. Oopsie daisies, that was the wrong button to press. Yeah. These are the cars for this week. I think we've done fairly well. Let's move on. Despite the size, that engine is only 4 liters. Really? Hold on. Hold the phone. That does not look like a 4-liter engine. That looks much bigger than a 4-liter engine. Hold on. Let's have a look from a different angle. So going in here. Yeah, nah, that looks much bigger. Did you scale it up? Because that looks way too big for 4 liters. Main menu. We got the first guy here. What is that? That car. Do we have a story on that one? The Diaz. That's the one I wanted to look at. Got there eventually. By Gixxer. Ended up being a flop as a company leader background before the launch of the popular city hatchback. So I'm guessing that this is probably a little bit more of a Japanesey sort of car, maybe European. I'm gonna guess. I don't want to go to Hirochi Way, so I do want to go to Automation Test Track. I think for this car, allow it to stretch its legs a little bit more with that big lumping V10 up front. I mean, that chunky V12 may mess with weight balance a bit, maybe. Still. Default size, but it has a wide bore. Even still, bro, that's a big engine. All right. Oh, goodness. It's already boring me. I'm already yawning. Very basic design. This may be a little too basic, but at least you've got everything in here. Ah! You've got side indicators, you got front indicator, you got front little extra fog lights, and then you've got the running lights and normal lights up there. I don't like the lip on these lights, but I suppose you can't really do much about that at the moment. What probably makes it worse is the fact that this is plastic, and it accentuates how much that this doesn't like sit flush with the car. Maybe if that was paint color, that would look a little bit better. It's a little bit basic with this grille down here. Doesn't really fit too well. I like the fact that you've got an actual, you've used my trick for the number plate housing. I like that. Well done. Pretty good. I like the T-tops. But it is a bit basic. I would have loved to have seen maybe some sort of like trim sort of thing in the center bit of the hood to maybe show a little bit of bulge, maybe a little bit of something. Just something. Company went from European to Japanese to American. Oh, very weird. Doesn't have a fixed styling. Is anyone getting 300ZX vibes from the headlights? Yes, they've already mentioned that. I mean, its early 90s car looked a little basic. Yeah, I know. I don't mind the basic thing, the fact that there's no vent on here, even though it looks like it's like calling out for a venting to be there. This was pre that era in which they would have put freight diffusers on everything. So it looks pretty good. This almost fits the body line perfectly. I probably would have squished that just a little bit more. Quite nicely. At least you put badging on it, which is something I forget to do quite often. Now, we're going to see if this dash works. Nope, there's no way to get inside the car. Relative? Get it into place. And then drop down a little bit. Maybe about there. Okay. Does this work? I don't think the dash actually works. Oh well. Fair enough. Ah! Okay, a little bit understeery, but I got it under control. Okay, let's how do I change the view on this? I've forgotten how to change view. It's not working. Oh, okay, there we go. I was just pressing V instead of C, which is turning the engine on and off. I've got the audio turned down, don't I? Yep, it's on 15. We'll turn that up to 50%. This music is a little bit loud, isn't it? A big Firebird decal on the hood. Sure, it does look a little bit Firebirdy, I get that, with the T-tops. And tried to do a bulge, but it didn't look great, and the vent too, I said it doesn't look... Fair enough, I get that the vent is a bit tricky, but you got it to work. May I copy-paste the story here? No, your story was too much for me to read, and in a YouTube chat, that's going to take way too long to read. I got the general gist of it. The thing was like, a bit of a, Halo car. Okay, so the understeer is a bit much. As long as you lift off, it's absolutely fine. Is this thing all-wheel drive or rear-wheel drive? It's all-wheel drive. It probably didn't need to be all-wheel drive. That's very Japanese. Also, the brakes are not good. I get the feeling there's too much brakes on the front. Also, this wouldn't be a very good American car, considering that it's a manual and not an automatic. I'm also saying that this is not Japanese built car because it's wrong side drive. So what was the market for this car? Was it America? Because I don't think the 3000 GT sold particularly well in America. The car that this, I would say, looks most like, from at least this angle. Quite wallowy though, like an American car. I mean, it could be try to have been sold in Europe, but they didn't really go for that like extreme aerodynamic sort of look. They still cared a lot about styling at that point, though they didn't end up great. Brakes are not good. Brakes are horrible. Basically, the car's meant to be a GT car, not a supercar. Not to be pushed. Okay, then. The bitrate is gone. I love the Mitsubishi GTO. I love the GTR. Though it is a bit dated now. As in a car to drive, not to race, hence why the flop. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, the brakes suck. Is this old automation or new automation? Let's have a quick look at the tires. That is new automation, so the brakes shouldn't be so shockingly bad, but they just are for some reason. With Australian internet, you're lucky it's not ASCII. Is my bitrate dropping? Well, I've not dropped any frames yet. Is it still jank? Or is it just for that one person it was dropping to a really low bitrate? This is an old dock of a guy. Yeah, a little bit. New automation. Yeah, I noticed. You can tell by the tires. If the tires look like... how would I explain it? Frick, what's the terminology? If it looks like pixel art, then it's new automation. That's the easy way of doing it. Or it's got like really weird, ugly designs, then I know it's new slicks or new, the ones that I really hate, semi-slicks. The new semi-slicks look ugly as sin. I don't know why they've gone with that. Yeah, nah. This thing is not great. Even as a cruiser, that is probably dangerous. It feels like it can take it, and it wouldn't. So, yeah. Also, the tires are way too small for the car. I've just noticed that, especially on the rear. Goodness gracious. Probably a bit too much of a dip while braking, even for a GT. Bitrate always varies. It's not too horrible. Yeah, it is set to variable. So, did you want a fill score? Because I can give you one of those. Stream scoring. Okay, styling. I mean, I like it. It does fit fairly close. I don't know if this grill is really, like, they were overly rounded. So the harsh edge there is just a default automation fixture, and I get it. But if I was trying to, like, really wow somebody, I would probably go, like, a really rounded front bumper on that to make that, the way it should be. Actually, now that I look closer, the bitrate is trash. Let's have a look to see if any settings have changed. Video, we got full resolution, 30 FPS, that's all good. Audio is normal. That's all correct. Oh. Why is that reset? No, that's 600. Whoops, no. That's gonna be trash. There we go. That was weird. It was set to 2500 bitrate. That was very weird. Ignore the first typo? Okay. Welcome, Shadow. Welcome, Tatacraft. I'm surprised nobody talked about the bitrate before. That was really low. That was a 2500 for more than HD, a full HD. This is ultra wide, which is 2560 by 1080. Surprised it wasn't completely trash. Car looks like when the 3000 GT and yeah, that's kind of the idea, Space Warrior, I think, of this design. If I said hello to you yet, I think I did. There we go. Reason why it flopped: bad brakes, too soft a suspension, industrial engine that actually explodes after... Well, that doesn't sound like an industrial engine at all. Wouldn't they just, like, cap the RPM and then it should last forever if it's an industrial engine? To have a price, and people believed And people believed it to be a supercar. Okay, fair enough. Is it meant to be like the Supra? Because the Supra, I don't think, was a flop. Either way. Yeah, no, those brakes do suck. I tried so hard to pull that up in time. Alright, I get the idea. So, design for the score. I mean, it's fairly decent. I do like the T-tops, but it's not a fabulous car by today's standards. So we're going to give that like a 6 out of 10. I've always disliked the 3000 GT. I think the 3000 GT is actually quite ugly, in my opinion. I just like the stats behind it. It's a little bit core. But I don't like that it's a V6. It just... I don't know. I don't like V6s. Except for like high revving ones. Acceleration. It feels fairly decent, but it's a little bit sluggish. We'll put a 6 on that. Handling is pretty bad, so that's a 2. Fun factor is like 3. It feels like it could be good, but every time you try to do anything like lively in it, it's pretty not fun. Cool factor. It does have a V10. It has a bit of a storied history. By this point in time, it'd probably actually start getting liked by people, especially like bigger engines that on a car is probably pretty cheap. Pretty decent. So cool factor, probably somewhere around a 6. Like, if a 3000 GT comes around here, I don't think many people are going to be like turning heads on that. Honestly, they're not eye-catching or enthralling as cars. I've got an earache right now. I don't know what just happened. Hey, getting the T300 SHH shifter tomorrow. Oh, good. I just used my G920 Logitech. I just joined, so I don't know if you said hello to... Okay then, welcome Space Warrior. My ear really hurts right now, what the hell? Trackability, that's gonna be like... I mean, it's fast, you can probably take it to a drag strip. Features. I mean, it is a 90s car, so it's not gonna be the most feature-rich car. We've got a tape deck and a radio. Cool. Oh, sorry, a tape deck and a air conditioning. So features are going to be somewhere like a 3. Nothing by today's standards. Comfort. Very soft suspension. Those seats do look chunky, but the rear seat's not going to be particularly comfortable. So let's go ahead and give comfort probably somewhere around like a 6. It'd probably be a little too wallowy, like that really ugly Lexus that's, I think, is a convertible, maybe, I'm not sure. Like that one, very soft suspension, but it does become way too bouncy, so there's going to be issues with that. So we'll leave that at a 6. Quality. Very short, limited production run. The fact that you said that the engine explodes, we'll give that like a 3. Practicality. It does have rear seats, but not very good, though it does have good trunk space. So the practicality there is probably going to be somewhere around a 4. Like, it's more than just a 2-seater. It's getting an extra 2 points for the fact that it has back seats. You know what? You can also go off-road, so we'll give it a 5. It's a bit of a push there, but it should have better rear seats. Value. What was the price of this car? $80,000. So value for it originally would have been really bad. I'm assuming now it's a lot better. So we'll probably pull it out of 5. Ongoing cost for this is going to be absolutely atrocious. J-beam editing, especially considering that it didn't get built for very long. No J-beam editing. Would I buy it? I mean, there's like a 3 on that, depending how cheap and how much it plummeted. The je ne sais quoi factor. There's a little bit. Realism. Fairly high, but I don't think an industrial engine would explode. And as expected, the car didn't score particularly well. Welcome, God MP4. How's it going? Hello, Phil. I came to join another one of your streams. Welcome, Erland, as well. What's up? Just testing cars. Rear seats are for amputees or like really small people or kids. Bugum is interesting. What? I love seats that chop off my legs during a 10-mile-an-hour accident. Sounds about right. In before automation, tram, and mod body. Huh? What? That was very confusing. I Misa no understander. That's all that. Let's go ahead and clear this out now. So that was a 59 score for your car. Is that about what you expected? You mean you did make a car, but you gave law on it being destroyed, so I wouldn't expect a huge amount from it. But, like, my score, I kind of like it. I just don't like how unfun it is to drive. To what category of the Phil score would you add points if the car was testing? Would you gain consistent wheelies on sand? Try rewriting that in English and we'll take it from there. Is it possible to partly cut off fixtures such as rear seats and blender? Yes. The reason why it explodes is the limit is actually higher than the max RPM of the original. Ah, okay then. That makes sense. Ah, they wanted more power. Fair enough, okay. I have never seen the deep fried camera. Haha, yes. That's a good way of putting it. Deep fried camera. O'Baines. Anyway, let's try out the next car. Which one is it? Ah, it's the F1 car. We should probably take this up. That's the wrong one. To Spa, right? Okay, a Spa, is that the one? I think that might be the one. Main menu, free roam, Spa. He did that on Monaco? I don't know, actually. Has my game crashed? I think my game crashed. It's just sitting here doing nothing. Well, in the meantime, how's everyone else doing today? Apparently the size of this map is -1 meter by -1 meter. That doesn't seem right. Huh? I don't know what's happening. Some weird stuff is happening. I agree, Erland. I don't understand either. Where would you add points if the car you're testing would do consistent wheelies on sand? Maybe in the je ne sais quoi factor? But then it would probably lose points in the realism factor? Unless it is actually that sort of vehicle. F7. Alright, let's bring out the, whatever that car is, the Arrow A2? Yeah, Arrow's A2. That is a very loud car. Hopefully you can hear me over this car. This is very loud right now. My goodness. That's pretty cool looking. I do love the rounded tires and everything, but it probably, like, it would have run on slicks. That's a very slow revving engine too. Lots of lockups on the front. I think this person just completely misunderstood. You know what? Yeah, I'm going to turn that down. That seems way too loud. Hopefully that'll do. Oh, the music stopped. There we go. Okay. Well, I'm making a sand roll, so it is realistic and a lot one. Okay, then. Hopefully you can hear me over this incredibly loud car. Lots of understeer. I had to like go full lock and it still wasn't turning. Why is it louder at idle? Well, welcome Barrett Oliver. Yeah, now this car is very loud. I think the, like, people that would have designed this car completely misunderstood stuff. How is your collision mesh? Yeah. See, I don't just make a car. I fix the collision mesh. But what do we got here? We got... Unfortunately, your engine nodes are all scraping on the ground. So, to change that is not particularly hard. What we would do is... Go into... like, you would unzip the car first, like, unpack the car first, which you would go in, you go mods, you'd find your mod, and then you would click on it and press unpack. Then you come in here and say something like this, and you would go to Wait, hold on. Sorry. This is the J-beam that is named after your car. You would go into that to fix any sort of scraping nodes. I've pressed Control N to show what nodes are showing, and then Control T shows the mesh. You see here that these nodes are scraping on the ground. You would just then scroll down. I happen to know where these nodes are already, which is right here, engine and gearbox nodes. So engine 0 to 7, and then gearbox 8 to 11. You would just find the ones. You need engine 1, engine 0, engine 3, and engine 2. So not all of the engine nodes, and then gearbox 9 and 8. And then I've got it written down here so I'd never forget this. This is how wide the node is from the center. This is how far forward or backwards it is. Positive, the more positive, the more further back. The more negative, or the smaller the number, the further forward it is. It seems back to front, but that's what it is. Then this one is your height. You would probably raise that to any other node here that has a height that's higher. You'll notice that all my numbers here are very weird. That's because I went through and I spent a lot of time editing this particular car. But yeah, that would then raise your nodes up, and you won't get problems with handling that will result, or this little scrape. You can see these sparks here. Those won't happen either. The car isn't loud. Me game too weird. Okay then. The ride height is very high, especially for a ground effect car. Yeah, I know. That's what I was saying. I think like this was made by somebody that didn't understand ground effect, because that ground effect is way too high. Are you able to get the Spa track on the in-game repository, or do I have to get it from an external source? I don't remember where I got it from, but Google is your friend. Well, now go sleep. Thanks for the stream. I hope the remaining cars are good. We shall see, Groundhog. So far I'm enjoying this, even though it is garbage. It's just a slice of history. Weird things are being said. It's due to the downforce being so high, the car does understeer quite a bit, just like the original. Okay then. That's probably actually mostly due to the front axle, honestly. Moving too much weight to the front. And the fact that the wing doesn't overhang on the front at all. I think the front brakes were just locking up then, right? Your handling is going to be affected, though, by the node scraping on the ground. Yeah, that is going to cause a lack of traction. I would like to try this car if you fix that. I feel that this car could handle a little bit better. Wait, did those nodes move? Nope, they're still scraping. It's just I'm not seeing them shake anymore. How much does this car weigh? Over a ton. Damn. That's quite heavy. Did it actually weigh over a ton in its original form? Get turned. Okay, pretty good. Gosh, you have 600 kilograms of downforce on the rear? Yeah, there's like, so here's the thing. The more over the axles a wing is, the more leverage it'll have, and the more weight it'll give for the given angle of wing. Which is why when, like, they put limitations on how much of an angle you can have on your wing, they started moving the planes out further, which they then realized at high speeds that would actually tilt the car back a little bit because there would always be more weight on the rear. And what that would cause is there to be less downforce when going down a straight. And that's what happened to the Mercedes. It was very bad in reality as well. I know, but I would still like to have a proper go. Like the no front downforce and the like all rear downforce. I would love like a little bit more of a realistic feel to this, which I think is being handled a little bit like that. I'd also like you to go into Blender and fix the front suspension poking through the body like that. Okay. God damn it. Yep, lots of understeer. Jesus Christ. Alright, there goes a wheel. This car from the side looks like an aerodynamic banana. It does a little bit. You're right. I love that. Good observation. I could not get the real aluminium chassis option. Fair enough. It seems very drivable. It doesn't want to spin out all the time. Sure, but chronic understeer without being able to pull it up in time to stop the understeer, that's also a problem. There was nothing wrong with the Mercedes entry that year. They just entered a plane by mistake. Fair enough. The front produced a lot of downforce actually as well. Yeah, but it wouldn't have been very effective downforce because it wasn't very far forward. So, sure, it creates downforce, but not where it needs to be. Also, it wouldn't be creating much ground effect with how freaking tall it is. So, probably what's actually happening there is it's creating a lot of downforce, but at the cost of a lot of drag, which you don't want. See, a wing causes a lot of drag along with downforce, whereas like what do you call it, like Venturi tunnels and whatnot, create a lot less drag, but a fairly decent amount of downforce. I can actually drive this. It just you have to keep a lot of things in mind. Cool. You will do, man? Awesome. That'd be fantastic if you could fix a few of those things and get back to me. It is tricky. You don't forget that this thing handles like garbage. I do like it though. This is pretty fun. Like, getting to experience, even if slightly, like the trashiness of a gun. I feel let's do a bit of a brake test. We're going downhill, but we'll give it a test anyway. Yeah, your front brakes are too powerful. You can see there that they immediately lock up. And that might be a little bit exacerbated by the fact that the engine is holding the car up a little bit. But only a little bit. That'll be mostly affecting the rear. Now, left turn. Oh god. And right turn. Okay. I mean, at least it didn't spin out in the corner there. That is a very easy corner to spin out on. Now, we're going to be reaching a fairly flat area into the braking zone, and we're going to have a look at the wheel speed. And I'll show you what I mean by the frontal locking up. This is a trick that I learned recently. So, my brakes are at 58%, and the front wheel speed, you can see here, is only 25.4 kilometers an hour, as the rears are still at full speed, yeah, they're still at full speed, which is 197 kilometers an hour. So I am at 43%, and the front wheels are still going slower than the rear wheels, which means that they are locking up. So that means your front brakes are too powerful. If you couldn't tell that by just experiencing the car, I thought I would show a non-empirical way of actually doing that. On the front here, we have 3 piston brakes, fairly small, but still 3 piston brakes. And on the rear, 1 piston brakes. There's your issue. The weight is in the rear, so you will want more brake force in the rear. Also, both wheels should be 13 inch. So the brakes could be the same size. So yeah, you just fall into the mistake of thinking that, oh, more brakes go on the front. That's not true. That goes true for front engine vehicles. And front engine vehicles usually only ever. I need quiet. That is too loud. Yeah, I made a lot of invisible wings. Oh yeah, there is a lot of invisible wings. Okay. I don't see it in the front though. That's probably because they're hidden. Anyway. If Mark Webber landed that back, I'm assuming that's meant to be flip, and kept driving, he would never have needed to buy beer ever again. Try reducing the tire pressure in the front. Maybe. I'll give that a try. The current ground effect is giving the teams problems, specifically proposing, which is the constant stalling if the is that of the diffuser? When the ground effect produces too much downforce for the suspension. I can't really understand what it is you're trying to say there. Are you saying that the ground effect stalls if there's too much loading on the suspension? That's probably because they've got too much of a angle on the diffuser. So if you make a diffuser too high of an angle coming out to the rear, the air will separate, and that will cause what is equivalent to a vacuum. It'll actually just cause a low pressure area where the air couldn't keep up with the angle of attack. And there are ways around to fix that. But it is tricky, and I'm assuming currently there's a lot of regulations to stop that, and what they're trying to do is stop downforce. I did it depending on the automation graphs, proposing, yeah, most teams have that issue. What? Anyway, let's have a look. Control W at reducing the front tire pressure. We might actually give a little bit of angle out and reduce that front tire pressure a lot. Okay, let's try it now. So the front out angle should help us a little bit. No. That toe out has not helped us. Oh dear. Floppy body. The F-122 body I made makes similar wobbliness. Okay. I don't know what you mean by that. Tuning. Let's bring that... Sorry. Keep that down. Put the toe angle back. Okay. I think the toe angle just screwed me up a little bit. Okay. Let's try this again. And braking. At around 56% brakes, your fronts are locking up. So yeah, even with extra traction on the front, those brakes are way too powerful. Also, look at my video on node editing. Kinda showed a little bit of it just then. But like, I have an old video on node editing that should help you fix your mesh a little bit if you ever have too much of a wobble in this thing. Fortunately, it's pretty good now, but there is problems with the mesh that you don't see. So by the mesh, I mean when you press Control T. So press Control T like that. That is a mess. Absolute mess. Or should I say, absolute mesh. Oh, anyway. That is that car. Pretty awesome. I love that you've done it. Feels Dyslexia kicked in hard, proposing... You're right. That is dyslexia. Propoise? I don't know what that is. I just realized that sand rails are bigger than expected. If you want, you can look up the Tantum and tell me if the rear tire... What? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what I just came back to. Yeah, some very weird conversation happening in the chat at least. Cool car. I'm not going to give it a proper fill score because it's not a proper road car. I'm going to give it somewhere like a, a cool factor sort of thing. I think like a 7. You've done a lot of work here, but I think if you were able to fix a few of those things and give it a nicer collision mesh, I would probably give this like a 9. And also, like, if you were to go back and fix this stuff, you don't actually have to have your things merged together if you don't want. These can be separate parts, just when you're UV unwrapping, just make sure they're done right. UV unwrapping being the most complicated thing. Let's try out the next car. Those two are mine. Like, actually, you know what? Yeah, I'll quickly bring out mine. Anytime now, game, please. Dolphin. You can see here that the mesh is quite clean. This car does not export usually with a clean mesh. And I probably spent 4 hours getting this mesh to be exactly the way I want it to be. I did go overboard. You don't need to do quite as much as I did, but yeah. And there's even still more work that I'd like to do to this. There's actually a lot of cool things I would like to do this completely, but I probably won't bother doing that. But yeah, it's those things I appreciate. Let's... Sorry, have a look at the next car. I'm really burpy today. What the hell is happening? I don't think this car belongs on this track. I don't know why I'm spawning it here. What is it called? This is called the Croydon Motor something or other. So let's bring this to probably Utah, right? Let's bring that to the GAM site. And close that. Come over here. Croydon Motors. Is it the Kerbalonk wagon? Hold on. Oh, that means a lot. It's a pretty cool car. Thanks a lot, man. First ever mod I made. I am very happy how this turned out. I said if you want, just look up. Words are being put into what seem like sentences. Remember some town in Alaska? Okay, so it is the Kerbalonk wagon. Okay. I couldn't be bothered reading the story, so fair enough. Let's go bring it out and see how it does. I got tired. Like, the first 3 cars had really long stories, and I'm dyslexic, and I don't like reading long stories. So eventually when I saw that all of them almost had long stories, I was like, you know, screw it, I don't care anymore. Unfortunately, we don't have an Alaska map. We do have the snow map, but probably not really. Oh, that is very soft suspension. I just noticed this has stretched tires. Is this meant to be like a mini truck sort of thing? Is that what this is? Where do I get that SDK thing to make mods? You can look it up, or you can watch Hard Rooster Labs. I've kind of forgotten how to do that, if we're honest. This is pretty darn fast. It's hideous though. Very cursed. Ah! That's a lot of rollover. Will you roll over back onto your wheels? Yes, you will. Our steering is hurt a little bit by that. There's slight handling problems now. Ah! This thing is way too bouncy. I think they didn't follow the rules for off-road travel, which is soft springs, hard dampeners. Let's see how this thing does, like verticality climbing. It's got very small wheels on it, so like diameter-wise, this thing is probably going to get like stuck on rocks and things. Welcome, Gustavo. How's it going? Fast and Hideous. It's a Mad Max car. I don't know if it's good enough to be a Mad Max car. There was a time when some US car companies had special order codes. If you knew those, you could get some more interesting cars. Okay. Will you upload your bod body to the Steam Workshop? I'd love to use that body. Oh, the Arrow car body that they made? I mean, I think if they fixed the merged issue, they could probably do a lot better job. Because I don't really like how that turned out, and also I don't know how the UV unwrapping is. I'm assuming you've done UV unwrapping, but that's the thing that trips up a lot of new people, including me. It tripped me up for a long time, and it still catches me up because it is such a pain in the butthole to do. Lada Niva on crack? I don't know what a Lada Niva is. Let me have a quick look at the Lada Niva. So, Lada, what was it? Never. Why have I got caps lock on? Whatever. Oh. That actually looks pretty cool, and I have seen it before. I'm just not sure where I've seen it before. But that, I would love to own that. That looks really cool. In 2-door form, not in 4-door form. Not a big fan of that. I mean, even just like the old car with like a slightly bit of fix up here and there, like a resto mod I'd probably call this. That looks pretty nice. Is this actually just a different model altogether? I'm noticing that the wheels are aftermarket most likely. The front grille is a different thing. The bumper looks quite different. Is this a 3D model? This might be a 3D rendering. Also, the mirrors are different. Have I said that already? I'm not sure. This looks actually fake. That's probably not actually a real image. No? That is real. Okay, something just looks very weird and off about it. It's very strange. It's probably the paint job. The paint job is much nicer. And yeah, it's very different. That looks pretty good. I like that. That's cool. I like that a lot. It's been in continuous production since the early 70s and you could buy it new for like $8 grand. Wait, you mean like this car? You can buy this for $8 grand? What currency is that $8 grand in? I would love that. That's fantastic. The Lada Niva is amazing off-road hatch. Like, I'm not much into SUVs or anything, but if that is as small as it looks, that would be fan-bloody-tastic. I would love to own that car. That doesn't look quite as good. Yeah, that's really funky. That's weird. Something's wrong there. I don't like the four-door version. That is hideous. The 2018? Did they give it to a Chinese company like Geely that don't know how to design cars? I swear that a lot of the Chinese people just have... What is this? All I want to have to do is have a look at an image. What the hell? But yeah, that is hideous. Ugh. That doesn't look right. Like, I kind of get the design that they're going for. There is a lot of cool design elements in there. But it somehow just looks really ugly. That is very unattractive. I believe you have to go to Russia to buy it. I mean, I'm pretty sure... You know what? I hate Russia at the moment. Because they're dicks. So maybe I shouldn't talk about supporting them. But you probably would be able to go through a broker, get somebody to buy it, and then ship it over. Anyway, let's move off of Russian cars. They don't deserve any attention right now because they're childish. Older ones look definitely better. I mean, I think they have they're different things. But anyway, let's move off of that. I completely forgot Russia. Yeah, bad country. Oh, no. I don't know if the country is bad, but the government is particularly bad. And now that they're invading the Ukraine, it's just like the final death knell. I am completely over the Russian government. They are just complete and utterly dicks. Pre-crash for the Ukraine market. Oh, dear. Anyway, this car, on the other hand, sinfully ugly. And I don't think I'm going to bother giving it a fill score because there would be no point to it. Because that is not a real car. So let's just give it a fill score. It's good at off-road. Its handling is not fun. It's way too bouncy. It's so ugly to look at. I hate looking at it. Like, I'm averse to looking at it. It is not good. Oh, God. Its off-road is not good, but its vertical climbing and all that sort of stuff, pretty decent. I think I have ruined the suspension. Let's respawn that. Or refresh, I should say. So, I mean, like, look at this. Just going up here, super simple stuff. Like, this is not... I mean, it's not the worst, but I haven't locked up the diffs or anything, and it's still going up. There we go. We finally locked. Let's go ahead, turn the diff locks on. We don't need low range. And with diff locks on, like 32% throttle, and it just chews up everything. So, like, the fill score is like a 5 or a 6? 5.5. It's got one cool thing, but it's so ugly! I hate how ugly it is! Why? Why must you do this to me? Possibly since you're gonna probably making... Okay. Maybe I should just upload a video destroying them with an American monster truck. Sure, okay. So, but... Mazepin? What? Anyway, I have no idea what it is you're trying to say. English words, whatever. Let's move on to the next car. That car was so ugly. Now, this one is not good looking, but it isn't making me want to scratch my eyes out. The like mismatch in color, the fact that it's not a good thing. Let me have a look. If you ever want to see like a good way of judging which colors should go together, look up Adobe Color, spelled with a K. So here, you got this. And you can do all sorts of different things. You can find all of these sorts of colors. So this is analogous colors, monochromatic sort of things. You can go different shades, and it's a bit of a weird one. It also gives you like the proper hash code. This one is triad color choices, things that are meant to be juxtaposition-y, but can sometimes work. Complementary is the big one. So these sorts of things. So let's go. You've got like a pea-stained green and purple. That goes together? That is not right. Split complementary? I have never been led astray by this, but apparently they were right. Those were complementary. But it's so ugly. I don't know why. Anyway, you get the idea. This is something you'd use. They somehow taken something that usually works and have made it like really, really bad. Oh, you know what? I think the shade is off. Complementary. Yeah, that purple should be a much lighter shade. So that'll be hurting a little bit. Mazepin is an F1 driver? No, it's cake frosting. Marzipan. Yeah, that's marzipan. I'm just being a smartass. I only know that because I worked in an industrial kitchen once and they had to make a wedding cake. And they were making testers while I was there for like taste testing and stuff like that. And they had to make the marzipan. It was the weirdest thing. They just bought like marshmallows and did like a whole bunch of other weird things to make this. Making marzipan? It's very weird. You love squatted trucks? Weird. You probably make something more ugly, a squatted truck. Those are pretty ugly. I mean, it really depends. I would say, I think squatting is stupid. And people trying to get around it, like, legally is stupid. Anyway, you guys are just talking about other F1 races, I don't care. Let's move on. Oh, also, if anybody was wondering what this thing is here, this is wheel speed debug, I think. It shouldn't be too hard to find in the app thing. It's a default thing from the game, it's not anything else. It's a little bit oversteery. For a road car, this is very oversteery. And it is prone to snap oversteer with like the weird differential and suspension handling characteristics. It's got independent rear suspension, which is not right. In Poland, it's called marzipan. Oh, okay, weird. But then again, we're all base root languages. I mean, from like a similar root languages. This is not very controllable at high speeds. This thing feels scary at 100 kilometers an hour. It should not feel scary at 100 kilometers an hour. I think maybe this one should be taken to a track only. Oversteer at 150. That should not happen. Now don't just chuck air on this because an American car probably wouldn't have air on it. Let's go ahead, free roam, automation test track. Let's take it to a racetrack. Actually feel everything about it. There is a YouTuber called Whistling Diesel. Yeah, I don't like Whistling Diesel, who destroys squatted trucks for fun because he hates them. I don't care for him. I don't like his stuff at all. I've struggled to find cars I think are ugly. Okay. I see why their NASCAR team failed. Car law. What? Okay. Anyway, Yeah, we're on this one. So like the Harrier GT or something? Zephyr GT? Hellraiser RT. Okay. There we go. It's the last one on the list. I didn't read it. I don't know if it was TLDR. I think I just copied and pasted it for all of them after a while. I just got tired. 1974, $27,000. So it's quite cheap, actually. Acceleration off the line is actually pretty darn good. I feel the tires are too wide for this era of car as well, anyway. What year was it again? 1974. It would have been probably radials for a car like this, unless it was trying to be cheap. But even then, for a car of this much power, oh god, this thing needs a better differential. But I don't know if there was really an option for a better differential at this era. Did I just understeer a little bit there? That was unfortunate. Nah, stop. Please. Please stop. We only have 8 cars this week? No? Yes, that is correct, Crownless. So we might do a little bit of extra stuff at the end of the stream for the hell of it. And I think I have an idea of what it is I want to do. I think what I'm going to do is, because I'm going to fix the MG's engine, I'm not going to go electric straight away. I'm going to start shopping for rebuild kits, which should take only like a half an hour. I'll probably look up. I'll be looking at British websites only. Unfortunately, on Google, you can't. This is a very high top speed. Shouldn't be oversteering. Nah. And that's hurt the suspension. Now, another thing about 1970s cars is you notice how, like, tight this is? Like, the wheels are really flush with the fenders. That's not how 70s cars looked. So let's have a look at a 1976 muscle car. We'll just go with that. Oh, we got Australian muscle cars there. Notice how, like, tucked under that is, though. That is still quite flush. You can see here that is tucked under quite a bit, especially on the back. You can see quite how much that is tucked under. Here you can see that that is tucked in a fair amount. Oops, daisies, that was not the right thing to click on. Now I've lost what I was going to click on. This one. You can see here on this car, that is very much tucked under the wheel fenders. So, yeah, no such luck there. Design is way too basic. If you're not going to do an interior, make the windows non-transparent. Dice streams timestamps are going to be weird things in it. Okay. You seen Superfast Matt? He done some cool engine swaps. Don't know. Anyway, my fill score for this, as it is a new person's car, this is not a person that's played automation for very long, I'm assuming. It's probably like a 5.5. You're close, but not really there. Let's have a look at... That is way too loud. Let's have a look at the engine. So yeah, this sort of vehicle would have been most likely a push rod, and it would have had a single carburetor, so it would have had considerably less power. There's a reason why, like, a 400 horsepower of the car of the day was a special thing, and these days are very expensive. It's because getting 400 horsepower out of a car back in the day without making it a very expensive engine like this one would have been very expensive to do. Anyway, let's move on to the next car. And that is, the Power Eagle SS Tow. And I believe this one is meant to be dangerous. Power Eagle SS. $28,000 in 1969. That's the equivalent price today. That is very cheap for a muscle car. Especially, like, full 5 seats and everything. A source of a lot of lawsuits for the Eagle Motor Company because this car caused 2,000 deaths in its first week. Now, that is pretty much not going to happen. Most people aren't going to, like, crash that often because they usually wouldn't make a car that dangerous. If anybody can actually show me a thing where somebody's had a car that dangerous, then I will change my opinion on that. Otherwise, that you're going into hyperbole. Is that what it is? Exaggerated statements, claims not meant to be taken literally. Yeah. Getting into hyperbole with the 2,000 deaths thing in the first week. Like, the first 2,000 people that buy them might crash and die in them, but they probably wouldn't die within a week. Yes, we are going shopping, Phil. Yay. Yeah, cool. My car probably handles similar as this. Okay. Is this your car? Hold on, who made this? Crispy Shaman, it is your car. Okay. Isn't Superfast Matt the guy who Tesla swapped a 50s Jag? Okay. Alright, let's go and try it out. That's a lot of wheel spin. What sort of tires we got on here? They look like radials. Okay. Sounds nice. Brakes aren't the worst, but they do lock up a lot. Why did it not unlock up? I did let go of the brakes completely. It's a lot of power. That is a lot of power. That is nice. It is controllable, though. There's actually quite a lot of controllable power. Is that a 3-speed? Nice. That is very controllable. But I could see how this would be problematic for a street car. Damn. That's pretty harsh. I went too late into that, didn't turn in soon enough. That is a lot of torque. That is a lot of torque. Like, you could crash this and survive. This thing is more deadly than a Dodge Viper and a 350Z combined. Oh yeah, what I hate is the fact that... What the hell? I am full on the brakes right now, and it still won't stop the rear tire. Anyway. That's super jank. This seems to be a boat. I mean, it's very American. Yeah, I agree. On keyboard, it was hell to drive. Oh, okay. Here it's actually not so bad. It's not the greatest car in the world. Like, I could see this being problematic. But this is not that dangerous. I could see though, like, if there was somebody that was not very bright and didn't realize that you should treat a car like this very gingerly, if you're not driving down a drag strip, then yeah, they could get into an accident. But it's probably not like the most unsafe thing in the world. As long as it has at least a lap belt, I don't know if it has a 3-point at this point in time, you could quite easily survive a lot of accidents, because even though it does feel like you're going fast, you're actually not going that fast. So collisions with things aren't going to be the worst thing in the world. Unless the steering wheel is like a direct solid line from the steering rack directly pointing upwards without no axle, with any knuckles, or collapsible. So that was a bit of a safety feature, which I believe Volvo helped pioneer, or at least started, I don't know. They found that in accidents, if the front was to crumple, when you're moving forwards, the steering wheel is actually getting pushed upwards. And there was no like crumple zone in the steering wheel. It was just a straight pole. So that pole was like pole driving into your face. So they did two things generally. One is put a knuckle on there of some sort, so then it would collapse. The other one is an inner and outer shaft that are like really tightly bound together, so then they will go over each other. Those two things combined made very safe steering wheels. Though nowadays I think they're much better designs, and not all of them are like the sleeve design. I'm not sure. I don't know. Spinner rims be like, can't stop spinning, help me. Talking of spinner rims. ID's doing a burnout without adding any gas, lol. Oh, it does? Oh. Neck snap, love it. Let's try taking this through slingshot. About 230, it should not oversteer if it's a well done car. Though it does understeer way too much. There is not enough traction there. Yeah, your rear brakes I think are a little too powerful. I'm unclear on that. Let's do a drive dump without any rev. Oh, yeah, no, I see that. Oh. Yeah, it does a little bit. Okay, so if we just got it in reverse. Yep. Got a reverse full brake and the thing does wheelies. That's hilarious. It does it more on this side though for some reason. And then going forwards, this one doesn't do very much. This one does a little bit more. Oh no, they're both doing it about the same. Interesting. Let's just do a drive dump. So... No, okay. I was wondering if there was going to be a wheel slip there. That's funny. I'm back. What have I missed? You've missed some interesting cars, I suppose is probably a nice way of saying it. So much talk, that is a fair chunk of talk, I'm assuming. This is quite fun to drive, though. It's not the worst car in the world. Anyway, let's have a look at the engine again. I just want to have one last look at it. It has... twin carburetors, pushrod, V8. Okay, so the twin carburetors I'm not entirely sure about, but the rest of it is pretty decent. It even registers on the wheel speed debug. What does? Oh, does it? Do I have... Yeah, good, I do still have. Okay. Yep, you can see the wheel spinning. Nice. Anyway, this is a pretty cool car. I'm assuming you want me to give you a full score, so let's go ahead and do that. Styling. It does look pretty cool, though it is pretty dated by today's standards, but it's still got that like retro thing going on. I think a lot of people would like this. I'm not sure about this lip that you got down there and the angle of it. That's a bit... I mean, I suppose it's not that weird. Let's go ahead and give that one like a 7. It's pretty darn cool for what sort of car it is. Acceleration... I mean, there's a lot of it, but it's really hard to put down, so that's going to be like a 6. Handling is going to be somewhere like a 5. It's not deathly, but it's not bad. You know, maybe a 6. Fun factor. Ripping those burnouts, pretty fun. Cool factor is going to be pretty fun, especially if it killed a lot of people. That is going to be like a really cool bit of lore that's going down with this car, and a lot of people are going to love it. Unless it's like trying to do something different. Say like making a rear engine, then it's unsafe at any speed. It's cool now, but not a lot of people are gonna like it that much because it's just doing something different. And Americans like to be like middle of the road, nice and safe. That's what we want. Trackability, no. It's like a 3 out of 10. Features, like even at a drag strip, that's not gonna be particularly great. Does it have a Rager? It has a Rager, and is that a tape deck? Probably wouldn't have a tape deck at this point, but that might be. It's got 2 radios? What the hell? That's weird. Looks like we have fan controls, but probably no AC controls. Does have a clock, so I'm going to give this one on features probably like a 2. Comfort, I mean, it's an old car, so they're not going to be too comfortable. There's no like proper back support there, all that sort of stuff. Seats don't look like the most plush or like hugging sort of thing. Tires don't look too brutal, and the suspension is quite soft, so there's a bit of a trade-off. The comfort's probably going to be somewhere around a 6. It's going to be comfortable, but not the most comfortable. Let's have a look at the rear. How's the rear legroom? Yeah, so I think that score is deserved. It looks pretty decent. Quality, I mean, it's American and simple, but with the dual carbs, that'll cause a little bit of an issue. So we'll probably get that like a 7. Probably lots of leather. Practicality, I mean, it's got a fairly sizable looking trunk there, and it does have full actual seating for 5. You would not struggle to fit 3 people in the rear bench seat. The parking is going to be a little bit difficult for this sort of thing, and its off-road ability, all that sort of stuff, the ability to keep you alive if you're trying to brake heading into a corner or anything like that, not going to be particularly practical. So we're going to go something like a 7. Pretty decent, because if you're driving within its limitations, it's not going to be the worst thing in the world. Then value. What was the price of this car? Was it the Power Eagle SS? Is that what it was? Yes, it was. Okay, 28,000. That is a very cheap car. I'm assuming today it's going to be a lot more expensive. And I just can't justify really expensive old muscle cars. They're just way too expensive and require way too much to maintain. So the price in that is also going to be like a 4. Because you're going to need to do like a lot of body work probably to clean out a lot of rust and all that sort of stuff on those sorts of cars. J-beam editing. I don't think there was any, was there? That doesn't look like there's any. Yep, no, okay. None there. Would I buy it? Probably not at its price, but I'd probably give it like a 2. That'd be some sort of like cool factor there. I would probably go for it if it came up at a bargain price that I could afford. The je ne sais quoi factor. I don't know, it does look really nice for its age, the racing stripe, all that sort of stuff. And the fact that it is quite fun in the corners once you can actually brake, if you can brake. So the je ne sais quoi, I'm going to give it that like a 5. Realism score, that's pretty good. So we're going to give that like in a 7. Only really taken down by the hyperbole. 82. That's a pretty good score. Hey, welcome, Night Dragon. How's it going? I don't believe I've seen you around here before. So, yes, welcome. Also, Voidios not... No? What? Welcome? I don't believe I've seen that before. Seen you before. Hey Phil, what would you recommend for doing fix a front wheel 3-wheeler? Doing to fix a front 3-wheeler. What do you mean fix? Huh? Anyway. It's not as simple as doing the rear wheels like I showed earlier, so that is a tricky thing to do. Just keep that in mind. There were twin carbs, but twin 4-barrel was very rare on road cars. Yeah, I think so. No gas burnout has got to add some points. Caught the stream good. 2 radios, 1 for the driver and 1 for the passenger. And the people in the back don't get the radio allowance. They are allowed to be in the car. Okay, cool. Very good score, past the halfway mark. I've come to a couple of streams, lol. Really? Oh, okay then. Sorry, Void. Well, just welcome to this stream. Void does not know? Ah, okay. I see it now. Void does not know. I just read that as a double D. I don't know why. Because I like double Ds. Let's move on. Clear this out. Next car is going to be the Wentzler J11 Circus Sprint. I wonder if I have an old map. Do I have the old Le Mans map still? God damn it. Do I have that? Is that it? Might be. Yep, no, that was not the right one. Monza, no. Le? No. Did I accidentally move my Le Mans map that I had? It wasn't there, it was this one. It's called just Le Mans. So, did I move it over to here? This will take a very long time to search, apparently. Spinning up that old platted hard drive. I don't think it's here. Alright, let's go back. Name. It's called Historical or just Le Mans. Ah, it is there. Okay. Yep, that's Modland there. That's I accidentally moved it. Okay. Control V. No, it is here. What the hell? Well, that's weird. Modland. Ah, Le Mans Modland. How did I miss that? Oh, there's no... It's Le Mans, not Le Mans. Okay, that's the problem. Yeah, alright. Fair enough. Let's now find... There we go. The Grand Prix Circuit, 1960-something. And there's a little bit of a difference between this and the 1927 variant that probably would have existed. But still, we're going to use it. Just wondering if there was a way to actually fix that or not. So basically I made 3-wheelers with 1 wheel in the front and using the advanced trim options in that and doesn't work. And beam the steering is just fugged. It is going to be tricky. You are going to have to do a lot of editing to get that to work. That is actually something I'm going to be doing in the near future. I'm going to bring over the 3-wheeled widgeons and put them in as mod bodies. And I'm going to put... front single wheel, and I'm going to show the process on that. So if you want to know fully how to do it, I will get around to doing it, and it shouldn't be too complicated. Maybe try Perk Speak Dirt, then that's an old map. Oh yeah, you know what, I probably could do the dirt one, but this is old enough. We'll just use this one. Free just copy a bunch from the pigeon. Doesn't work like that. This car looks cool. I do love the fact that it revs really low. They've unfortunately changed the inertia of the engine to be too light. So what I mean by that, or maybe it was just this way from before. So, no, that's the wrong one. Unpacked. If you unpack your car, you bring it into here or whatever you want to do. Go to the engine, Camso engine. Then go to inertia, which isn't, you don't have to scroll too far down to get to this. Can I? There's no way to zoom in on this, unfortunately. But yeah, you've got just below all your RPM to power figures, or torque figures technically, your inertia here, that you should probably turn up quite a lot. Or turn the friction up as well. That should give you a much slower revving engine, because this thing revving like this, that is way too quick of, like, revving. Wonder what the collision mesh is like. Not too bad, actually. I love the fact that they've got, like, the tire and not the rim center, which is actually quite a common thing to do. Sometimes these things were just rubber strips, basically, that would go over the rim. Or, what they would also have is the tire with the inside of the rim, and then you would attach that to the inner bit of the wheel. Yeah. Idle sound, though? The idle sound is pretty awesome. This music is way too loud compared to the game. Hopefully you can still hear that music. I did change the idle speed. I had no idea about the inertia. That's fine. I think it revs a little too fast. Okay, do I have to change gears myself? Yes, I do. Okay, fair enough. I love that that almost looks like a mirror for some reason, unfortunately. The window you got. Because it's kind of like bowling, making them look thing. Anyway. It's not too sketchy, not too hard to drive. This does feel like a cruiser. Does it feel like a race car? I don't know yet. We haven't yet reached a corner. But this sort of era was not so much about corners and chicanes and all that sort of stuff. It was about going fast and maintaining the speed as much as you could through the corners. Braking was more of a thing that you would try to avoid more than anything else. Which is why they didn't mind the fact that these things only had rear brakes. And a few other dodgy things. There's some weird clipping happening to the signage on the sides of the walls here. Can't wait to see more engine configurations and automation. Wait, is that a thing that they're talking about now? Because they said that that's the thing that's coming way later. I also love the exhaust, by the way. That is pretty cool and epic looking. There's 60 horsepower. Whoa! That is a lot of power. 60 horsepower for this age? Jesus fucking Christ. My God, that's a lot of power. God damn. I did change the idle speed. I had no idea about the... Oh, cool, read that one. God, it sounds like a tractor. It's perfect, I know, right? I can't wait to see more... Sam, I did a W configuration. What? Oh, I love the fact that the brakes are not very powerful. That is great. This is fun. It feels like a cruiser. That is rather nice. I feel though that you probably could have turned the drag up in your car, because this is like a car of this era with this older body shape. To do this speed feels unnatural. It also feels like does this thing have dampening on the suspension? Because this era probably wouldn't have had any dampening whatsoever for this sort of thing, and if it did, it would have been absolutely atrocious dampening. 60 horsepower. I'm testing a car in Beam right now, 60 horsepower, and it's from 1982. Yeah, I know, right? But that would have been like a lesser powered car. That would have been deliberately 60 horsepower. Sounds like a two-stroke. It does a little bit, I think, especially for its low idle. Though, I don't know, can two-stroke work with such a low RPM? With this car, if you want to measure 0 to 100, you gotta take out the calendar. Okay, you know what? No, this isn't actually so bad. It is topping out at about 130. I was worried that this thing was going to go all the way to redline, and I'm glad that it doesn't. Also, if you want to check out another thing on, like, cars, if... I know Twin Turbos did a video on this recently about, like, cars being able to go much faster than what they should. What it was is because there were some problems in the exporter, and there is a thing. Where is... Ah, yeah. Top speed limit. And this isn't meters a second. I do not know why it's in meters a second, but that's what they chose. If you want to get rid of these two forward slashes here, then you've got your top speed limit is re-enabled, and then your top speed limiter, you'll fiddle with that until you get the right sort of speed. It doesn't just take you up to a speed and then just stop you. What it does is it kind of like makes it feel as if the car is running out of wind by the time it reaches that. It's a little bit abrupt sometimes, depending on the car, but that is something which I don't think they should have removed, honestly. But that is there. You don't need that, but if you wanted, if you're like making your car and it's really accurate and everything is perfect, but for some reason your car is just going faster than what it should, that is the key. That will actually limit your car's top speed smoothly most of the time. Anyway, that's a little tidbit of information. Hopefully that helps somebody. Also, if you want to do Blender editing, you can go in, you can separate this suspension component in Blender and join that up with this part in Blender. Instead of being a part of that body. It's a little bit tricky, but you can do it, and then that will give you your thing, your suspension, and this suspension will animate just like the suspension that's on default automation cars. Anyway, just some cool little bits there I thought you might enjoy. 95 meters a second is 342 kilometers an hour. Yeah, that's on a different car. This one, it'd be much slower. Just letting you know. You can convert it into whatever speed you want. If you want it to be in miles per hour, whatever, donkeys per furlong, I don't know, something. Whatever you Americans use, some weird, like, old, outdated system that's just really whack. Yeah, so I like this. I might actually re-enable Pikes Peak and give that a try. That's fun. I didn't have to lock up the brakes, I just wanted to lock up the brakes just then. Let's go to mods. and find Pikes Peak Lidar Edition, main menu, free roam. Now we're not going to go all the way up because that'll take for frickin' ever, but we're going to go starting line on the dirt section. Eagles per 15 seconds. Ha! Sounds about right. Burgers per bald eagles. Yep. This is really realistic old timer. I liked it a lot. This is pretty cool so far. Cheeseburgers per heartstrokes. Oh, that's a good one. I like that one. Really nice. Washing machines per foot. That's 2 distances. Anyway, I think if the inertia was to be better, then it would be more realistic. I don't know why the vehicle controller's failing. That is something I'm trying to figure out myself on some build stuff. Also, if you want to fix the jiggliness, go look at the node editing video that I made. Should be able to find it quite easily. It's a picture of what looks to be some sort of IndyCar, Formula 1 car sort of looking thing with the nodes visible, like that. If you fix that up, your car will be a lot less jiggly than what it is currently. Though I will say your car is not very jiggly, so good work on that. Racism per medical bill. Ammo boxes per second. Yeah, this is going too slow. Let's... Oh no, that is right on the limit. So about 80 kilometers an hour is the limit. Actually, you know what? No, even though I'm hitting the limiter, I'm going faster in second just then. Okay, we are a little bit faster now. Ooh. I also feel that this thing would probably be a locker. So I don't know if this thing should have a lock or not. Also, I would like to ask, do you want a full fill score, or do you just want a casual fill score from the lighter side of the tracks? Hot dogs per New Yorker? Still, that's 2 distances, right? You don't want to go faster than 120, to be honest. Fair enough. In a car like this, donuts per cop. I feel that the tires are probably also too grippy, because we are not sliding nearly as much as we probably should. This is quite fun to drive, though. No one said footballs per pizza bake time? Sure, I mean, that could kind of work. Pizzas are, though... Like, you still think Italian. You may think American, but still Italian comes to mind there, and we're trying to stick with American theme here, brah. I'm walking here. I like this. I'm very tempted to take this all the way up. So 87 in second gear is kind of the limit. Yeah, okay, let's keep in second gear for now. And also the fact that it has rear brakes only is causing this thing to, like, work like a handbrake almost, and that is fan-diddly-tastic. I love it. Great for off-roading. Full field score, sure. It does have bias-ply tires and hard long life. Oh, okay then. Cool. Alright, I suppose I'll break out the full fill score for this guy that's probably going to do really atrociously. Calories per school shootings. Well, so that's what, like a week is per school shooting in normal terms? Managers per Karen. Once again, that sounds like 2 distances. Also, a Cirrus air-cooled airplane engine. Oh yeah, that's right. It has an airplane engine in it. Is that an airplane engine? Why is there no valve cover? Did I mention that before? Anyway. Also, the compression ratio on this would have been as low as possible, which is, I think, 6:1. It probably would have actually had even less than 6:1 compression ratio. Honestly, it'll probably be somewhere like a 5.5 to 1. I was hoping there that you had like a radial engine put in there or something. The Karens are definitely a distance. You know what? You could have said managers per Karen rant time or something like that. No, yeah, no. Managers per Karen rant. Because a rant will last, I don't know. It's a little bit timey-wimey, wibbly-wobbly sort of thing. Where, like, it may only be 3 hours for a Karen's rant, but it feels like a month. So it's a really bit tricky there to actually figure out what it is, which really is a lot like American measurements. That's a good one. The real ones have no valve cover and 5.5 compression ratio. Nice. Karen's per complaint? Vaccines per anti-vaxxer? That seems like the sort of thing like you would compare to the old school meme of wait, is this based on a real car? Anyway, the sort of thing that you would compare to the old meme of divide by zero. I don't know if many people are going to remember that joke, but that was a really big thing in the mid 2000s. I wonder if there's a lot of memes left. Yeah, this sort of thing. This was the 2000s. Divide by zero. There you go. Do you guys remember this old meme format of like the thin white border around and then writing in like Times New Roman or something? God, what happened to that format? Divide by zero. Yeah, I remember seeing this meme as well. I don't remember seeing that one. Weird. Yeah. Divide by zero. That is a long time ago. How did I forget this stream was in my web browser? What? You guys are remembering this? Yeah, nostalgia, man. God, that's a long time ago. What is that? That is weird. Go ahead and divide by zero, see if I care. That is a cool art installation. I love that. That's pretty awesome. But yeah, no, this was the big one. Divide by zero. That's bringing back memories, bruh. Bringing back memories. Or should I say, it's bringing back memories. Anywho, let's go back to the game. I shouldn't drive this thing all the way up, but I kind of want to. It turned into a worse meme, but it's still screen? What? Oh, need to switch down to the first for that one. About 45. Turned into a worse meme, but it's still seen. Okay, whatever. Let's bring up some more musico. Yeah. I remember the one with the house. I don't remember that one at all. Lol. Nightmare fuel. Gosh, the reflection of your light-looking eyes when deep fried. Anyway, the House of Steam, I remember that. Stream? What? Oh, you're talking about when I took the house up the Pikes Peak? Yeah, that was crazy. That was super duper jank. I'm probably actually not going to make it all the way up. I'm probably just going to get bored. It is incredibly slow. Wait, we're nearly at our top speed. No! Well, that's that car done. What is the next one in the list? Oh, wait, hold on, no. That's right, I was meant to give this a Phil score, wasn't I? Alright, let's go ahead and give this thing a Phil score. Phil, stop, you're scaring me. I've already stopped! What are you talking about? Let's go ahead. And styling. So it's gonna be cool, really, by today's standards, that is pretty cool. Is this based on a real car? I forgot to... Did I ask that? Anyway, styling. That's pretty awesome. It's like an 8. It's not a very simple one. It's got like cool vents there, all that sort of stuff. It's pretty nice looking. Acceleration. 0. Handling, 2. Fun factor, 10. Cool factor, 9. Not 98, 9. Trackability, 1. Features, 0. Comfort, probably... Oh, well, let's have a look. Seats are quite plush, but they're also probably going to be quite rigid. The suspension is also not going to be great, even though this thing shouldn't have dampeners, even though you put dampeners on. So comfort is going to be somewhere like a probably a 2, because that is a very loud engine. You're going to get a lot of soot in your face. It's going to smell really bad. Your comfort levels are going to be fairly low, but at least you got comfy seats. You're not in like rock hard race seats. Quality. That open valve cover, I can't imagine this thing's quality is particularly high. So it's going to require a lot of maintenance to keep it going. So quality is quite low. Practicality. I mean, you got room for spare tires, but there's no like enclosed boot. There's no glove box. There's no back seats. Parking is going to be a pain in the butt. All that sort of stuff. Practicality is going to be like a 1. I know there is 2 seats, and usually I give like a score per seat in that thing, but I'm assuming this one's even worse. Value. I'm assuming this thing is going to be incredibly expensive, so I'm going to give it like a value of 0. Just no score there whatsoever. Ongoing costs, also going to give that a 0. J-beam editing. There was a little bit. What was it? What J-beam editing did you do again? I forgot. It's kind of based on the Mercer runabout. Oh, okay then. Cool, just getting rid of some spam. Doug copied you, Phil? Yeah, Doug did. Yeah. Come on, Doug. Honestly. Okay, let's go back. Takeoffs per Mercedes. Alright. Spins per Marzipan. Removing front brakes is J-beam. That's what it was. Okay. Let's go ahead and give the J-beam editing something like, a 2. Well, you know what? Let's give it a 3, because I haven't made a tutorial on that one, I don't think. Would I buy it? Probably not at its price. The je ne sais quoi factor is pretty high on this one. It's like an 8. I think if it had a more accurate suspension, I would probably like it a lot more. Realism, like it probably also doesn't have sway bars at all. Realism is probably going to be fairly high. Not entirely, because this body is out of date by like 10 years. By the time it comes out, that feels like they're just setting up for failure. Cheaters per world championship. I did engine speed editing, but that was it. And front brakes. Okay. I think a 3 is a good score there. Maybe like a 3.5. So your car scores a 52. That's the score you asked for. If it was going to be a fill score, like the simplified fill score, you probably would have scored much higher. But yeah, that's what you asked for, so that's what you get. The next car is... the Zephyr GT. I get the feeling I probably shouldn't use that on this course. So let's take that somewhere else. I kind of want to go back to the Automation Test Track. It is my favorite track, even though it's not really a racetrack per se. But we're going to take it there anyway. It's more for testing cars, that's why there's off-camber corners and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, Zephyr GT. I forgot to take the name down of who made it. Sorry. Let's go find the Zephyr GT somewhere. Huh? The Winslow, Power Eagle, Iscariot, Arrow, Kablunk. I don't know what that is. I apparently don't have this car on my list. I don't know what's happening. So let's bring out the Zephyr GT. Lewis Hamilton crashes per Max Verstappen. I guess I am going to Reddit. Okay. We have an automatically controlled transmission. I'm guessing by the feel of it, that is... That doesn't... Is that a... Is that fast enough to be considered a, A DCT? Maybe it is a DCT. Whatever. Ah! That was tricky. Let's get you braked and turned in. There seems to be some sort of like weird understeer. Does this thing have all-wheel drive? Yeah, it does. Okay. And then braking going into the Cotswolds. Good. I feel this car isn't so bad. Let's put it into... Is that sports mode, was it? I don't know what the S means. I just think that means sequential. But now we can keep track of gears. I feel the gears are a bit short. 170. It's handling like a car that doesn't have downforce. And then slowing down into Bavarian Bend. Yeah, I really have screwed up the suspension, but it's still actually handling quite nicely. Let's see what sort of downforce we have for the front to counteract the fact that this thing has rear downforce. And... Oops. That's the one. Do we have wings in here? I don't see any invisible or hidden wings on the front. And that's not a wing down there. No, it's not. Hold on, is it? No. There's a lot of detail down there. It was really hard to see. So, oh, wait, hold on. We have a little bit of a thing here. How far in does that go? Not far. That's only just a canard. Okay. Keep in mind, people. Lips do not add downforce, and they still don't add downforce. They will change a little bit, and they can sometimes cause you to have a smidgen bit of downforce, but what that requires is for it to physically move the mesh for the whole car, not create its own plane. So if it, basically the idea of it doesn't create a wing plane like this, you see here the rectangle that's here around the wing, it's not going to be creating downforce. These are specific wing planes that add a downforce factor in BeamNG. If it doesn't have that, it's not going to create that. Bodies create their own little bit of downforce, but not nearly, as much as a wing. So keep that in mind. This thing has no rear front downforce. I feel that this thing didn't need to be all-wheel drive. I'm gonna just had like better power delivery. Double cheeseburgers per obese American. That still sounds like 2 length dimensions. Mukbangs per Nikocado avocado. God, that guy is so weird. Tequilas per Mexican. Once again, it sounds more like you guys are talking in apart from the Nikocado one, talking in 2 length dimensions. In and outs per square foot. Once again, that's not even a length dimension, that's an area dimension. What the hell is wrong with you? You're sick. Stop it. Now. I wonder, is that actually working? Hold on, let me check to make sure that it's affecting my voice. Oh. It's not doing the thing. Hold on. Let me try that again. Filters? Yeah, it's not turning on the filters that it should be turning on. Lame. Very lame. Let's see if I can fix that. Why is this not working? Filter toggle. For start, filter off. Filter toggle, mic distort. Why is it not working? Filter name, what? Okay. Yeah, something is weird. Panda expresses per Asian person. Once again, sounds like dimensions. Phil has become Italy. What? I'm confused. Phil is secretly Italian, confirmed. Oh god, don't tell Muye. He might fight me for Italian supremacy. Actually, is Muye Italian? I don't know. What nationality is Moye? I did a collab with him, but I didn't actually talk with him. I actually talked more with him when we were trying to set up a collab previously than what I did over the weekend when I did the collab with him. Got some old Aussie guy. Life tip today. I was a bumper sticker cur. I saw the weirdest and shittiest and nonsensical bumper sticker today. And I don't understand it. It was, I'm driving a manual, back off. What? Oh, let's see if I can find a picture. Like, somebody would have had to have made this. I'm driving a manual, back off. Yeah, instead of saying stick shift, it says manual. Hold on. No, it actually had pictures of like a smoking exhaust or engine or something like that. Like, what does that... I drive a stick shift, so back off? What? Hold, this is an Amazon listing. Hold on. What is the lore behind this? About this high-quality vinyl sticker. Utilizes air release technology. Great. Printed on solvent-based inks. Okay, cool. Laminated for extra protection. Size 10 inches by 3 inches. No, production. Plug-in. Okay. Back off. I drive a stick shift design. This bumper sticker is 10 applied and has the words... Okay. If you have any special questions, that's it. There's no, like, explaining the meaning or the joke of what on earth this is meant to mean. What is this? What is this dumbness? Is this a meme? Was there, like, some dumb person that said something stupid? Seriously, but Chinese person, cool, you've already said that. If your dad doesn't have a beard, you have two mums. That makes no sense. I know, right? Engine braking, a chirp of the handbrake usually makes him back off. Sure. But what? Why do you back off because of a manual? That doesn't make sense. I mean, some people accidentally shift into reverse when aiming for the first gear on green lights. Even still, that doesn't... Like, 1 and 1 does not add 2 equal 2 there. Like, it just doesn't make sense. You read that, you don't think, oh yes, they're going to reverse into me. Oh, hold on, what's this one? Warning, I drive a 6-shift. If I roll into you, you're too close. Okay, that one again this explains it. Australia, maybe? No, I can't find that bumper sticker. It's just so weird and so stupid. What if I put manual in quotations? No, that doesn't work either. Yeah, so, head scratcher of the day. One, why is somebody making, like, that's like saying, I wear clothes, so keep your distance. I can kind of understand that you thought there was some sort of connection there, but there really isn't. And then, why somebody bought it and put it on their car? I don't get it. The joke is that you need to back off because he can't drive stick? Even still. Maybe learn a stalling? Even still. You just wait for the person. You don't have to back off unless you're on a hill. Like if... maybe they're like doing a warning for hill starts. But even then it's like... warning on hill starts, manual. Like that would make a lot more sense. This doesn't like... People aren't going to completely understand that immediately. I wear clothes? I know, right? Clutches per new driver? Almost. That almost works. That's pretty darn close. Let's go ahead and give this thing a Philanopolis score. And we'll bring it down here and get into hero pose. Alright. The design of the car, front, decent enough, even if it is a bit rudimentary, and the choice of options there. The rear, no such goodness whatsoever. I'm not sold on that rear at all. The only thing that kind of works is maybe the rear diffuser, but that is it. And then the interior, unfortunately, you've chosen the wrong type of material there. So, let's clear everything out so I'm not influenced by it at all. Styling. 6? It doesn't feel like it's particularly great. Acceleration is pretty good, so we'll give that a 7. Handling is fairly decent, so we'll also give that a 7. Fun factor, it's an all-wheel drive, so it doesn't feel that fun to drive, so we'll give that a 6. Still really fast. And the turn-in is okay. Higher speeds, it starts to get a bit sketchy. It's just not very fun. It's a little too weird, too understeery. Cool factor. I mean, you're driving a very fast car. What was it called again? Have we got it highlighted? The Zephyr GT. 2020, $45,000. So it's actually quite cheap. What engine does it have again? A turbo inline 6. So there's going to be like a lot of people are going to like this because inline 6 as opposed to a V6 and it's not any sort of other thing. A lot of people like straight 6s. So the cool factor is going to be a little bit higher, but most people aren't going to know it. So it's going to get like a 7 because it doesn't stand out from the crowd to make people go, wow, that looks like a cool car. It's only going to be from people that know what the car is mostly. And then trackability, I mean, it's fairly good, but it's not a race car. So we'll leave that at a 7. Features. Let's have a look. It doesn't even have the feature of being on the right side of the vehicle. But we have a manual here, even though the thing is not actually a manual. That's a manual shifter by the looks of it, though. We do only have 2 pedals, so they got that right. It's got cooling things, though the colors are all wrong. So 1, comfort. Suspension was quite stiff, and those seats give no cushioning whatsoever. So that comfort score is going to be like a 3. 3. The quality, I'm assuming it's not going to be particularly great if you're getting that much power and that sort of stuff at such a low price. So the quality is going to be pretty low on that. I'm going to guess it's somewhere like a 5. It's not going to be garbage, but things are probably going to be a little bit plasticky. Because that's like American prices. Practicality. Let's have a look. That is not a very good back seat. It is a hatch, but you also don't have a lot of room from the hatch. Probably a fold-down seat, so that'll help a little bit. So practicality is going to be somewhere like a 4, maybe. You could fit at least 1, maybe 2 people in that back seat. So I think that works. Value, that's a lot of price for what you get power-wise, so I'm going to give that a 6. Ongoing costs, I'm assuming like a 6. I don't know. If it's European, that ongoing cost is going to be like a 0. But as it stands, it's probably not going to be the worst. It's probably meant for American markets anyway. Indicators per BMW driver, that would be like dividing by 0, right? Head gaskets per 90Z Nissan. I don't know what a 90Z Nissan is. Welcome C1X. You've come towards the end, but not at the end. No right-hand drive, no good. Crowds per Mustang. It still sounds like a distance thing. Oh, like measuring different things, not sort of like time thing. Overpriced object per football field. Once again, that sounds more like 2 non-time-based measurements. So, J-beam editing, none. Would I buy it? I mean, it's quite fast, and it's not the most expensive car, but it would take quite a while for it to come down. So I'm going to give that a 3. The Zunosec power factor, I think that's fairly representative. Like, the handling's just pretty decent. Realism. Not for that price, so it's like a 5 on the realism. A score of 73. That's actually pretty decent. That's almost halfway, which is where most cars should be. That's the 95th percentile sort of thing. Apex seals per rotary? Apex seal changes per rotary? Anyway. Oh, apex seals per rotary revolution? That was the wrong button to press. Let's bring out the next car. Here's one thing I want to point out. Devs, if you ever come across this little tidbit of information, maybe somebody make a clip of this. If I hide the UI, and then I go, I want to bring out the next car, I go Control E, and I'm like, oh, oops, I forgot the UI is hidden. So I press Alt U to unhide the UI. I have to then hit exit, Control E again to bring it back up. That is a little bit of a gripe, but I would like you to change that, please, and fix it. Let's go ahead and find the final car. But there is, as I said, more to come after the final car today. Heyo, I'm Lad again. Hey, Blood Moon, Proto, how's it going? You're on the final car, but then we're going to do a little bit of extra stuff afterwards. My car is next. This is yours, Broken Ursa? Okay. Oh, no, it's garbage. It backed into that place. Oh, it's terrible. Let's go this way. Oh, no, it drove into a wall. Oh, this car is terrible. This guy gets a full score of 0. Now, this car is very loud, so I'm actually going to go in. Let's save our hearing. Dang, this stream is a lot shorter than it normally is. We are at 3 hours and 10 minutes. Not that much shorter, but we are going to do stuff afterwards. So there is only 8 cars this week. Angry Filmman's per BeamNG devs. You know what? Screw that. I just keep forgetting to turn this off. That is very high revving for a road car. This car would not... My God. That is an unpleasant sound if I've ever heard one before. Hopefully you guys aren't being deafened by this. Nah. It shouldn't be having that amount of understeer at that speed if this thing is a super wagon. As a regular, like, hotted up wagon, that could be possible. But that was too much understeer for that speed. And it shouldn't struggle on Bavarian Bend. I don't know what I just breathed in there. That was weird. Piston brakes per beginner car. Very long first gear. God damn it! This is a hard car to drive. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, I thought this was all-wheel drive. No, it's just rear-wheel drive. So I'm going to have to treat it differently. I don't know why I thought it was all-wheel drive. Is that rear wing bent? Weird. The suspension seems way too sloppy for, once again, a super wagon. Come on. Put that power down, baby. Ah! All right, this is really hard to control. Is this thing meant to be a meme? Let's try sports traction control. Apparently not that good. Oh, Adam's Apex is catching it out. That is a good sign that this car is trying to mask the fact that it doesn't handle very well. My God, Brokenness, what have you done? Very long first gear. It is quite long. I agree. It's maybe a little too long. The engine is the best I could manage for a replica of the GMA T50 engine. Okay, then. I'm already deaf, so meh. Gas guzzler trucks per football season. Okay. Let's see how it goes through Cossacks. I feel like with this color scheme, like green interior, purple exterior. I'm just going to call it purple. I would say that this is the engine sound should have just been, I'm the Joker, baby! Just repeated over and over again. Brakes are not great. I feel that the ABS is compensating for the fact that the front brakes are way too powerful compared to the rear. Even with the stability control on sport mode, it is still struggling to rein in this like wallowy suspension with this amount of weight. Wallowy with this amount of power. Yeah, those brakes are not good. Weird measurement unit per stream. Broken car links per stream. Yeah. Forklift motors per MGF? Are you talking about my conversion I'm not doing anymore? The brakes are mixed, and the front really isn't that overpowered. It's just that much of a car. Of that much car. Okay, let's do a little bit of testing on that then. I'm going to turn this off entirely. God, that is unholy sound. That does not sound good. Now this thing should be able to go well over 260 for this price. Sorry, for this sort of setup. Okay, it went about 250. That seemed to be out of this limit. Yeah, our front tires are completely locked up, and I'm only at 67%, which means that your front brakes are too powerful. So let's try that again on a little bit more of a flat surface. This does go downhill a little bit, so we're going to wait until we're on the flat section, and then we are going to test that out. Yeah, so those fronts are locking up way too early. So yeah, somewhere around like 60 to 70%, your front tires lock up way too much. And that is causing the ABS to, fail, basically. Destroyed eardrums per V12 wagon. Yeah, that is pretty loud. Let's turn that off. And I'm assuming you want a fill score, even if the thing is a bit of a joke car. I'm assuming it's a joke car? Something you've tried to make good, maybe? I don't know, it's really hard to tell. Because I know your quality is much higher than this. You have created really, really awesome cars in the past. Let's go ahead, clear this out. So, styling. I'm not a big fan of the front. The side is okay, but I would like a side skirt with a car that's meant to be this powerful. The back end looks so much better. It's kind of like inverse of a few other cars we've had today. So, styling like a 7. I don't know. This is not a joke car? Okay then. Acceleration, quite good. That's going to get like an 8. It feels hard to control. It's either overactive traction control or really sketchy to put the thing down. Which means that you just won't be able to put the power down the way that you want to do. How wide are those tires? Those are very narrow tires for this much power. How much power are we making? UI apps. Let's add in our torque curve. This thing creates... which one's horsepower and which one's torque? I can't remember. Anyway, that's a lot of power either way. God damn it, did I not do that right again? I hate the BeamNG devs. They suck bad. So, handling. Not the greatest, but also not bad. So we're going to give that like a 7. It's fairly nice, but the understeer at high speed comes in a little too much. And the low speed corner exit is really skittish. Let's have a quick look. So we have a rear aero here. That's actually proper rear aero there. Then down here, that is not real aero. No, that is not real aero. Coming around to the front, I don't see any aero. I see no hidden wings anywhere around here. So I think... Oh, wait, no, here we go. Hidden wing. Okay. But it doesn't feel like it's enough. There is a little too much understeer at higher speeds. For a super wagon, that is. Let's have a look again. Broken Ursa car. Yeah, $315,000. You would expect this thing to have a proper aero package. And be able to do speed. Friday Park tags per... Full man video? I haven't done a bike day in a while. The back ends are something I pride myself on. I struggle with the fronts. Yeah, fair enough. I get that. Your back end is quite... You've done a good job of designing the back end on this car. I almost said that in a weird and creepy way. Crash per Friday Park Day, yeah. No, thanks. Philman... Malding per UI customization. You mean maddening? Red is horsepower 735. Okay then. That is a lot of money. Fun factor. It does feel fairly fun, but it's also very scary. So maybe like a 7. Cool factor. It is a supercar, but you're paying supercar prices for something that still looks like a wagon. So it's not that cool, but people are going to know that that thing has a buttload of power. Even if it is scratchingly loud. Trackability. It's fairly good, but those brakes and that other thing, not particularly great. Features! Let's have a look. I'm assuming this thing will just by default have good features even if I don't see them because of the price. Yeah, so we've really got a little bit of a touchscreen there, a few other little things here and there, and then a really cool dash. So features, probably pretty flush. Wait, hold on. Do we have rear screens for the back people? No. Not even rear vents for like air conditioning on the back seats? Come on. Are these people meant to just suffer? If you want like a full proper score on that, like some vents here maybe some vents down here. I know I'm getting nitpicky. I shouldn't do that. I'm sorry. But anyway, that is a lot of features. Comfort. It is very wallowy suspension, probably to the point that it's not comfortable, and those seats do not look like they have much give in them. Then those tires are not actually that low of a profile, so that's not so bad. Let's give the comfort somewhere like... You know what, it is really uncomfortably loud. So we're going to give that a 5, because that is actually just unexcusably loud. Does this thing even have mufflers on it? Let's have a look. I see that might be a muffler, and that might be a muffler, but I don't know if they're real or just automation sucking at exhaust at the moment with all of their issues. Why am I hearing frogs from the song? That is weird. Quality. I'm assuming it's quite high, but then again, it's a handmade car most likely, or partly handmade, so the quality is going to be not so great with the ongoing cost, so we're going to give that something like an 8. Practicality. Huh. I mean, it is a wagon, a 4-door coupe shooting brake. I hate myself for even making that joke. But you don't have a full 4-seat thing. So practicality is not going to be particularly great. So maybe like a 7? Value. That's not great. It is not a particularly... It's not the sort of car that you would want of that body style with that price. And handling ability with that power. So maybe like a 7. You're getting a lot? No, 6. Because it doesn't handle like a supercar. You get that sort of power from an American car that costs like $60,000 or $90,000 or something like that. So, I mean, I can't say that it's amazing value, but it's also not terrible value. Ongoing cost, I'm assuming for this, is going to be absolutely abysmal, so that's going to get a 0. JB Editing, I didn't see any. Would I buy it? Hold on. Does this, Nope. God damn it. Come back here. I don't see any RPM gauge, but there's nothing moving. Nobody uses the camera placement fixture thing, do they? Alright, would I buy it? Not at that price at all. I couldn't afford it ever. The je ne sais quoi factor. A little bit. Realism factor. Like a 6? Because it is very uncommon to see a full wagon at that power and price point. It's very rare. And if it did exist, it would probably be more likely to be an SUV, like the new Ferrari one or the Lamborghini one or something like that. You probably wouldn't see a rear-wheel drive station wagon. Problems for attic? What? Welcome. Is that meant to be idiot? 5? Welcome. Or idiots? Weird. Welcome, Cascade Freak. How's it going? Didn't know there was a stream today, but I made it. Okay. Fresh sacrifices per stream. Nice. I don't fresh. Fresh. What? I'm confused. Anyway, that was the final car. So, I wonder if I could change the title of the stream now. We're all idiots? Yeah, sure, fair enough. I could see that. Live shopping for car parts. And that'll be the end of the stream. Hopefully this updates. Let's go ahead and change that from gaming to autos and vehicles. Hopefully that updates, but I don't know, whatever, it doesn't matter. Did kinda shit in mechanics class today, but I don't know, to be honest. What? Huh? God, I wish that worked properly. It's meant to be changing my voice, but it doesn't change my voice. Anyway, yeah, so that is that done. Now, I was going to look for British suppliers for engine rebuild kits and coolant hose pipe reroutes for my MGF. So, let's have a look. MGF, coolant, reroute. Coolant reroute kit. Okay. That's 300 almost Great British pounds? Oh my god. MGTF coolant boiling up over filler cap. No, that's TF. MGF coolant reroute kit, coolant system, how to fill and bleed. Wonder if that's got some interesting information. Anyway, let's have a look. That is way too much money. What's that in Australian dollars? $532. Oh my god. That is a lot of money for a reroute system. Is there how long you need to refill the coolant system? Because you're running low on coolant? What a useless first sentence. The first is due to the age of the coolant. Sure, the second reason is fill the system post instrument of intrusive maintenance. Such as changing the head gasket cold. Yeah, I am going to have to redo this anyway. The problem with the MGF-TF is the cooling system is quite complex and has many areas which can trap air. If the system was left in a state, you can get hotspots in the engines, lack of cooling, blah, blah, blah. Eventually bleed the system. Recommended way to fill the system is a vacuum filler that I have access to drain this. Okay, so there's nothing here about, like, problems. So I was told that there is a problem with having to replace and reroute the system for the cooling stuff. Why am I seeing Mazda MX-5 show up when I'm searching for MGF? What the hell? Coolant reroute page, Mazda MX-5. What? Why? Head gasket problems, coolant leaking. Hopefully just a straight swap over and reroute of the throttle. Okay, I think this person was full of shit. I don't think you need to do a reroute system. Especially at that price! That is ridiculous! It would be so much better with an echo. Yeah, it probably would be. I was in my mechanics class, but I got as far as discs before we had to stop. Okay. Also, weird problem here, but it seems that my Blender don't want to open DAE file from my car. Sometimes that will happen. Sometimes you just won't want to open a thing. Check number one, troubleshooting. Find your .dae and check its size. If its size is 0, it's because you've stuffed up. If it isn't 0 and it's still not opening, go to the Blender website and find the backlog versions of it and get like an older version. Say like 2.7 or before. and keep trying back, and you'll probably not have to go back as far as, like, I think somewhere around 2.3 until you should be able to find one that will open it. That is sometimes an issue. If this is at 0, what's happened is you went to import and you accidentally exported over your existing one, and it is now gone. So your only option is to re-export from automation. Miatas also benefit slightly from rewrote cooling lines. Okay, yeah, sure, but I'm not asking for MX-5. Now, I know that these cars are, like, in very similar classes, but what the hell? I mean, I guess it's similar. The MX-5 is just front-engine GF? Sure. Google is truly a perfect search engine with no flaws at all. It's gotten really bad in the last couple of years. I don't know why it's gone so bad. Like, they had a really good system. It worked fantastically. And then they've somehow stuffed it up. Mazda MX-5s per MG reroute system. I hate Google. It keeps changing my settings. Sure. Anyway. I think I can do without this, though I will still have to get a thermostat, probably, because that is a common failure point. Now, let's have a look at MGF rebuild kit. Not MGB, MGF, please. And I don't want to go on eBay because eBay sucks ass, but then again, let's have a quick look at eBay. Let's see what eBay has for rebuild kits. Oh. I want the proper head gasket, though. That is, I don't think the proper head... No, maybe that is the proper head gasket. But that is a very cheap price. Head gasket, set bolts, MGFs. It's got all of the proper... I looked for this about a week ago and it just wasn't there. What is that? Is that an oil pan gasket of some sort? No, that's a mid-level head gasket. That's weird. New stretch bolts. Yeah, alright. Like, it's got everything in here. It's even got new valve stem seals, I'm seeing here. And a new gasket for what I'm assuming is some sort of, like, water cooling thing of some sort? Maybe? I don't know. Got the exhaust gasket and all that sort of stuff. Okay. Google turned from something great into ram holding turtle. Ram hoarding turtle. I still don't understand what you're trying to say there. What is... MGF head gasket upgrade. Okay, what is cylinder head gasket replacement? It starts with a K, I think, the name of it. Upgrade? No. Okay, we're not getting a result. Probably daft question, but how hard is it easy to... no, you're essentially right. Access main problem is engines. Cam wheel locking tool. Oh, yeah. Does this have cam wheel locking tools? Not by the looks of it. So that would have to be something that I have to buy separately. That seems to be the only type of rebuild kit. Is that a passenger door handle rebuild? See, this is the bad sort of head gasket. And that's why I'm confused about the price of what we just saw. That is just the head gasket. And it is the old sort of bad head gasket that you should avoid at all costs. And that's $88. This whole set is $79. Which is why I'm very skeptical right now. Oil filter? Yeah, I'll probably get oil filter. Google eats RAM? Yeah, that's also another thing, but I don't particularly care about that. That's not a problem for me. So... yeah, it's not the bad sort of head gasket, but I don't know if it's the good sort of head gasket, if you know what I mean. Like, there's the bad ones, and then there's the good ones. I don't know if this is like a cheap, shitty imitation. I wonder if there's more explanation down here on what it is. Due to current crisis, our working hours, okay. MGF uprated head gasket set bolts. Highland Scotland's remote region, all islands buying, please. First class signed. What is this description? I don't know. Anyway, head gasket replacement guide PDF. Choosing correct head gasket. Okay, let's see if this one helps me. I really want to get Opel Opera GX, but can't on my school computer. Oh, that's unfortunate. I mean, I've thought about it, but because I do YouTube and I'm considering myself, even though I'm a small one, a YouTuber, it's easier to have Chrome. Choosing the correct head gasket. Hi, I am new to TF ownership. I have exhaust. My head gasket had indeed failed. There's evidence of marks. Cool, filling the very useful pits. The liners are just. That is actually massive pitting there. That is not good. I believe that low liners can cause problems with MLS gaskets. Okay. Yeah, MLS is the one we want, right? MGF MLS gasket. Yeah. So, what is head gasket? That does not really explain it for me. But yeah, what is it? Multi-level, multi-layer steel or something? MLS gasket and head gaskets. No, I don't want to buy it. What is an MLS gasket? MLS head gasket is exactly as the name sounds. Hold on. MLS head gaskets are exactly as the name sounds. What? That is stupid. It sounds like an acronym. Or initialization, probably. Remember to like and subscribe. Oh, yeah, thanks. Yeah, like and subscribe if you do like this part of the video. They are very thin sheets of stainless steel held together and coated with specialized surface coating. Okay, so that's good. I believe that low liners can cause problems with MLS gaskets. So I think they're talking about cylinder liners. So my question is, should I skim the head if it is perfectly flat, and should I get a good quality steel what is that? Elastomer gasket. I believe they are more forgiving than the MLS. I believe MLS is the one you want, though. Yeah, so like the partial rubber one then. That is a weird name. If the head is not skimmed, would it be wiser to add a head saver shimmed together with a steel something or other gasket? Others, I'm sure, will have opinions on your question, but I have another question for you. Do you plan to replace the oil rail on the sump while you have the head studs out? If you don't know what this question means, you should find out before refitting the head. Cool. Odd question. MLS sounds like some sort of knockoff LSD. Sure, okay. Multi-listing service. Nice. Hi, if I could fit the MLS gasket, then I think the new oil rail is essential, but my liners are a bit low. I believe the standard steel something or other gasket is preferred. In that case, I do not believe the uprated oil rail was required. Just what I have read. I am leaning towards a steel MLS gasket, but I am unsure if the head saver shim will be used for this. Just my tuppence. Any question? Yes, I definitely get the head skimmed. I think he was not talking about getting the head skimmed, but the block skimmed. A friend of mine refitted a head with a similar indentation without it being skimmed, and after a few months, head gasket started to blow past the fire rings, that's not correct, of the two middle cylinders. After a skim, the issue is now cured. I would always go for MLS gasket. I have used them on a good number of engines now and never encountered problems. I'm assuming that's meant to be encountered problems. 3, C1. Okay then. The oil rail is a wise decision too. I must admit I have used MLS gasket with an original oil rail in the past and it didn't crack. But when I checked the one on the Rover 45 1.56, there were some very fine cracks along some of the threads. So I wouldn't have trusted that one any further. MGF oil rail. What is an oil rail? MGF oil rail. Images. What? That's the oil rail. They want you to change that. Oh, it's because... Okay, so there is a interesting thing about this engine. The head bolts don't bolt into the head directly. It's kind of like a clamshell sort of thing, where like it pulls the whole engine together. It's very strange. When you can't afford an LSD diff, nah man, I can only afford an MSD might slip differential. Multi-layered steel, yep, sounds about right. And okay, so just pricing up a few different people's head gaskets soon. Some people mentioned that the oil rail needs replacing for better reliability. Is this true? And what is the oil rail? Pictures if you can. The oil rail is situated on the edge of the bolts run. Oh, bolts that run from the top of the engine down through the head of the block, and the block bolting them to... Oh, from the top of the engine through the head, and the block bolting them together. It's not an expensive item, but it tends to bump the labor costs as the sump needs to be removed. When the car was fitted with MLS gasket, I had the rail fitted, and I am happy that I did. Is it a new one or an upgraded one? It's not expensive as items. It tends to bump the labor costs as something needs to be removed. When the car was fitted, I had the rail fitted. I'm not sure. As with Chris, I have had the above done. It's very much a belt and braces job. What? But it all adds to the reliability and robustness if you're going to the hassle of... Is HGF repair? What is a HGF repair? Head gasket... face? Well, that's not right. I'm assuming that's just a typo then. I'd recommend it. Cheers for the replies. Something else that I'm thinking of is the engine coming up with that manual. Would it be better to putting an engine with a lot of miles in it? I'd always say better the devil you know. Are you aware of it? Yeah, developing cool. Think you're better with your own engine. The strengthened oil rail was developed for the Freelander. Ah, so there is a strengthened oil rail, which is what they're talking about. For the... What? For the Freelander. Which seems to put extra stress on the engine via the transmission. Certainly cannot hurt fitting it into the F if you don't mind. Cool, no problems as yet. Call out that one. Call out that one. I find it strange that all MGF threads in this section I have never seen, I think, the oil rail mentioned as something to replace when doing the head gasket. Yeah, I've actually never seen this come up either. I thought about replacing the bottom rail when doing the head gasket, so I replaced the bottom end bearing shells too. Don't ask. It came down money at the end of the day. Okay, so, $210. That's... I don't know. This one is way too cheap. It is worryingly cheap. What's the shipping price? 48. So that's nearly an extra $100 in shipping. So altogether, that's about $170 altogether for this system. It just seems way too cheap. There's something wrong, right? Then here we've got what looks to be the multi-layer. We don't have an intake manifold gasket, so this is for something else, right? I still don't know what this is. Seems like a hassle shopping for car parts. If you were doing a simple job, it wouldn't be so hard. But this is problematic because the engine is shit. So yeah, it's problematic. At best. Once again, shit English. Guys, it's thermostat steel. Okay, yeah, thermostat steel, that's good. Follows a list of VCC parts in our store. What? It does say inlet manifold. This is not... I don't think this is the right thing for my car, and there's no compatibility. Damn it. See, this one has, and I like this, a compatibility thing here. This one doesn't, and this one needs it, because I don't think that's the one for my engine, because the intake gasket is different. And I know that the intake gasket I need is this green one here that is not a full gasket. It's like a weird liner sort of thing that goes inside of the manifold itself a little bit with like an indentation groove. Though it does say MGF, MGTF. I don't trust it. But this one does cost a lot more, which would make me trust it more. I'm so confuzzled. It sounds too good to be true. Well, Phil, I gotta go. Have a good night. Alright, see you later, Shadow. Yeah, we're just winding down. I do know what you mean there, Space Warrior. It does sound too good to be true. See, that's the sort of gasket I need. Engine motor from MGF. No, don't want that. Don't want that gasket. There's just the head gasket itself, nearly $200, plus on top of that, another, what's probably $110 Australian. So that's just for the gasket itself. Which is why I think that that one was too good to be true. And this one's $37. And that looks like an MLS gasket. Why is there so many intake and exhaust manifolds? What the hell? That's odd. Oh my god, I'm reminded why I don't like using eBay anymore. So let's go ahead and try finding MGF rebuild kit. So we looked at eBay. Let's have a look at Mike Star. What was that? Micah Sata. .com. I don't know what country they're in. Is there like a contact us? Do they have a country listed? Because if it's American, I'm not interested. So it is from England. Okay. MGF. Fuel MGF, body repair, brakes, cooling, electrical, engine. Exhaust system, exterior, hood and protectors, interior, mechanical, performance and tuning. Oh. Let's have a look at performance and tuning. Suspension tuning. Foam panel air filter. Okay, that's not really performance. Pipe cross performance foam filter. What? Bypass pipe? Oh, cat bypass. No, we're good. Oh. Oh, a full coilover set. Okay, so one of the things you have to know about the MGF is it has what's called hydropneumatic suspension, I believe is what it's called. Not exactly the same name as what's in automation. And usually a good suspension kit afterwards will come into play from people because the maintenance is not really required. And cheaper and easier to do as well because you don't have to find a specialist. But I've never seen a proper coilover set. That is interesting. It's also very freaking expensive. $4,000! Oh my god! Those brakes will be expensive, but that's interesting. Performance exhaust. Some extra weird things here. A new clutch, a performance clutch as well. Okay. I don't know how good the clutch is, so I'll have a maybe look at that at some point. Catback exhaust system, that's fine. Alright. So, not really a whole lot of performance stuff here. Let's go ahead and just find engine and see if we can't find a rebuild kit. Never mind your back, Shadow. Alright, Shadow. I don't know how it had such advanced suspension. It actually is very old suspension. And it took it from the car in which it took the engine from. The Rover Metro, I believe, came with it. And they were like, yeah, sure, let's just use that. Which, I mean, I don't mind. It could have been better, though. Mounting bolts, crank lock tool. I wish they had a picture there, because what I want is a cam lock tool. And I don't know if they've just made a mistake there. Let's maybe try opening it up. Pipe crossover performance foam filter. Great. Plugs and leads, don't need that. MGF, pipe crossover performance, no. Stainless steel oil filter bracket, and MGF lambda sensor. Why do you not have a rebuild kit? That is like the #1 thing. Let's try viewing all MGF. MGF here, frontliner still repair section. Okay. Oh, still repair, sorry. Some interesting stuff here, but nothing I particularly need, per se. There's only 4 pages, so I don't mind looking through the pages to see if we can find a frickin' rebuild kit. I think this website sucks. There is... Yeah, I get the feeling that this is just not going to have what I want. All right. Crank locking tool. No, don't want that right now. Buy repairs kits for MG from eurospares.co.uk. This seems more legitimately... more legitimate. Whatever, just allow cookies. I don't care anymore. Gasket set, hydraulic pump, accessory kit, alternator kit, anti-roll brake, fuel, gasket, guide sleeve, mounting kit, reverse kit, repair kit, master cylinder, carburetor, clutch, differential, distributor, gear lever, injection, manual transmission, Parker brake shift, steering, support, wheels, repair kit, crankcase breather. Okay, starter motor parts, suspension kits, valve engine block breather. All right, let's go with gasket set. That's hydraulic pump though. I don't think that's what I want. MG F. Select type. I have the 120 horsepower version. Okay, so we have alternator parts, brake caliper, repair kit, guide sleeve kit, brake caliper. Okay. Repair kit distributor, starter motors, and suspension kits. That's all we've got for parts? Why must you be like this? Let's go to UK MG parts. Please! Have a head gasket repair kit for me. From a British sounding website. Caliper repair kit. That's not going to help me. Let's go MGTF. Okay, back to MGF. Gas. No. No, nothing for gasket, nothing for head, and nothing for repair. So, engines, there's engine and engine mountings. Okay, let's just go with engine. 11 things here. And there's just engine, engine bolt kit, engine mountings, low-end rebuilt engines. Oh, okay. We've got health, seals and gaskets, sensors, electronic VVC top end. Well, let's have a look-see. We've got nothing we need here. This is just engine. Okay. Nothing here. Here we have some gaskets. We have a MLS head gasket here for $47. Interesting. Welcome, Joachim Kyle Hammer. Have you tried Autodoc? Let's try Autodoc then. What I want is just a kit. I don't want to have to go through 4 million parts. I just want to get one kit that says, hey, this is everything you'll need to repair the head gasket problem. Select make. Great! Okay, there we go. That was about to be really freaking annoying. MG. F. Does anybody ever click yes to getting notifications? Come on. MG3, MGD, MGC, MGF. Select engine. 120 horsepower, search. Okay. Well, goodbye, Phil. I really have to go now. Okay, Crystal Shaman, catch you next time. Didn't know it had such advanced... I already read that one. This little boy has 120 horsepower. That's quite a healthy number for ponies for a car this size. My Ford Fiesta ST150 has 150 horsepower for a similar weight. Anyway, let's have a look. So we got engine electrics, poly V-belt, drain plugs, and head bolts. Cylinder head gasket sets. Let's hope that it is a set and not just a single gasket. There's a pretty big thing. There's another pretty big thing. Okay, this is actually looking pretty decent. So this is by Erling. That is a company I have heard of before. That is the wrong gasket. That is what looks to be MLS, maybe? I can't tell. That might be MLS. I can't tell what image of... I've allowed cookies 15 million times already. Stop asking me. What image number are we on? Like, how many images are there? Is there just... There's 3. And they all look exactly the same. Open image in new tab. That's way too small. I can't tell what sort of gasket that is. No description. Land Rover Lotus MG. Compatibility with passenger cars? Sure, good for you. There is no description here whatsoever. Ryan's, that's something where they get a head gasket set with valve stem seals. It doesn't tell me what sort of head gasket it is. Let's try searching for it and tell me and see if it tells me if it knows what it is. I don't think they have their own website, so we'll have to go to this, like, the first search result. My Celica has 105 and it's quite fun to drive. It's actually a lot of fun to drive. I would say my ST150 is a lot of fun to drive. It is very fun to drive. This is one of the most fun cars I've ever been in entirely. I don't know what that is. Anyway, do we have... Is this a... No, it's not. I was about to say, is this an Australian website? Because it asked me about Australian stuff. This doesn't tell me whether it's MLS or not. So I think I'm going to have to say no to that because poor description. So let's scroll down. We've looked at the top 2. Then there's a third one. And a fourth one. So let's have a look at these 2. My god, why is this so difficult? Just tell me what I want to know. That looks like an MLS gasket because they've actually shown it in different things. There's only one picture though. But it does have the right intake manifold gasket, so I'm pretty sure this is the correct one and they haven't tried to screw me over. Once again, not a whole lot of information here. So, thank you for telling me about Autodoc. I've never heard of them before. With valve stem seals. So, the next thing is, I want... the oil rail thing, I think. Hey, Vance, how's it going? Just parts shopping. Let's see how many things there are for oil. So we got oil filter, ignition oil. Nice work. Oils and fluids. I mean, maybe we'll give that a try. And then down here we've got more oil, but I'm not seeing oil rail. Okay, so we're probably gonna go with this one. Wait, this one's also looking to be MLS. And it has the right intake manifold gasket. This one is a little bit cheaper. What is the... postage cost. Each order from 140 value of goods include free shipping within Great Britain. If order totals 140, shipping cost will be that price. Well, that's actually not a bad price for shipping, so hopefully it's not exorbitant to get it to Australia. But unlike Amazon, this doesn't seem to be giving me an estimated shipping price. So let's go click buy on this. I don't need any of that. And let's go to this. Go to basket, see if we have an option there. Yo, welcome. Sorry, bad English. What? Oh. Ooh, get the crate. I don't think that would fit in my MGF. Sorry, bro. Add to wish list bonus. Okay, let's see. Price that I save. Let's have a look. Proceed to checkout. If I can do a shipping price check before I have to actually put any details in. No, I can't. So, that'll be that one. Let's go with MGF Wiki. Wait, hold on. Ah, yeah, I thought so. Engines. 18K4F is the name of the engine. Oil rail. What? What the hell? Weird. Just oil stuffs, no oil rail. All right, let's have a look. Upgrade oil rail. Okay, so I had to make it reliable in 4 steps. Good job. Ultimate head gasket, Rover K-Series engine overhaul manual. Strengthening oil rail set. Okay, let's have a look at this one. You're getting a lot of hellos there, Venz. If anybody doesn't know who Venz is another YouTuber in the same sort of automation space. That looks like an upgraded oil rail, yes. This part has been superseded. Okay. Looks oh! Oh, that's in Australian dollars, thank God. Whew. For a second there, I thought that was going to be 321 Great British pounds. My God. Also, got to go now. Timestamps will be up once I've done feeling like dying. Oh, if you've been writing them down, you could just put them in the comment right now. You don't have to wait for the end of the stream. Let's do a little bit of head math here. And get rid of these. Do I have the price converter? No, I don't. GBP to AUD. I did that wrong, didn't I? Whoops. There we go. Yeah, that would have been nearly $600. But at $300-ish, that's not so bad. I just wish I knew how much the shipping was. And where it was coming from. Is there a contact us part? UK, USA. Great. The 2 places that exist in the world. UK and USA. Great. Nobody ever cares about Australia. But this comes with the head gasket. God damn it, why? Comes with the head gasket only and bolts. Like... But it is an MLS gasket. But then I need the other gaskets. I need other things. Let's see if we can. 531, that's the name of a Volvo cylinder head. Goodbye. Auto dock. Let's see if that comes up. No. Okay. Let's just Google it then. Can we get just the strengthening oil rail set without the head gasket? It is on eBay, and I do trust eBay a lot more because there is a lot more buyer protection. Customer, what is this? Oh, is this cookies? Yeah, sure, I don't mind if eBay collects my cookies. Why is it asking? That's so weird. Let's try putting it in... You know, let's go eBay for Australia and see if we can find something. So we do actually have it as an option, but the shipping is really expensive. Oh, it's all from the United Kingdom. So this one is not only the most expensive, but it also has the most expensive shipping by like 4 times almost. That is ridiculous. I looked it up and it's possible to put a 3.5 liter V8 in an MGF. That would be the other the other Rover engine. And that is actually a video that I was planning to do. Thanks for kind of blowing that one there, Vens. But that's fine. I forgive you. Anyway, let's go ahead and see if we can't find the oil upgrade without the head gasket. That's only £55. Much cheaper. By how much? A couple $100. That doesn't seem right. I feel like I'm walking out of one fire into a different fire. LCN. Let's have a look at this. Is there any descriptions on this? There's some on eBay. K-Series. Does this have review section? No, it doesn't. Land Rover K-Series upgrade ladder oil rail, also Freelander. Is that the end of the music? Yes, it is. More music! I think we might try to buy this from eBay Australia. $102, that sounds about right. $104. Let's, what is it? What is the name of the engine again? Let's just go Rover 1.8 oil rail upgrade. Let's see if that helps me. No results. And then just trash. Oil pressure sender? Yeah, awesome. Great. That's what we need. Oil rail? Let's just go with that. We got 4 results. I got a nose hair that's like tickling me. I think I got it. $100. That sounds like a decent price, and I'm assuming probably a little bit less dodgy. Also, the V8s are also not very good quality. I feel like the MG would be so fun with a stock engine with a good set of coilovers and better tires. The suspension's actually not bad. It's just problematic to maintain and annoying to maintain. Other than that, you know, it's not the worst thing in the world. I think I have everything I need. So we're going to go with... Like, those are the original part numbers. I wonder if there's... Last one from the United Kingdom, United Kingdom, United Kingdom, United Kingdom. That is really annoying. That's also the most expensive shipping. Nope, that's the most expensive shipping. So we might try to go for one of these. I don't know. Is that good quality? I don't know. 9 items from international sales. These are all international. These are from the United Kingdom, and that's from the United Kingdom. Why is that separated? That's so weird. All right. That could be brittle metal. I don't know if it's any good or not. Is there reviews on this? I don't see any reviews. I wish there was a way to see, like, is there reviews or not? I think we have everything I need. So... No, that's the wrong thing. That is a cheaper version. We'll ship to a redescription or contact. What is the description here? There's no description on how much it costs. Alright, let's get rid of that. What was the other thing I was getting? The head gasket set. I just looked at this, 147, that's not bad for a rebuild set. And then I saw that it's $408 in shipping. Oh my god, for the wrong sort of head gasket too. Like, that's the cheap and nasty head gasket that's garbage. Yeah, alright, so we can get rid of Brands Hatch Performance. I've never heard of them before. Also, why do they have their own website address on their website? That just doesn't make sense. Anyway, don't need that. This is the gasket we're going to go for. Don't need that. We're going to go with this and with this. So these two things. So the cost is going to be... Please tell me that's meant to be a decimal point and not a comma. Because I know a lot of European websites use a comma instead of a full stop. Please tell me. That's ridiculous. If that's a period. Sorry, if that's a comma. Oh, but then again, that doesn't... Oh no, there is actually some languages that have commas between the first two number sort of thingies. It's good value until you see the shipping price. Yeah, I don't know what the shipping price is, but it shouldn't be so bad. Welkscombe? Oh, Welksome? Huh? Misa no understando. Drugs are bad, don't do them. Yeah. I'm seeing here 0,92. So I think they are just mixing up the comma and the full stop. That's a very, like, European thing to do. I hate the fact that they've done it on a .co.uk. So this is a British website. They shouldn't be making that sort of mistake. For this item has been rated by 13 customers. Can we have a look at their ratings? Customers who viewed. I don't care about that. What I want to have a look is these reviews you've talked about. It says it's been rated by 13 customers. Am I not allowed to look at these reviews? Oh, here we go. Reviews. Thank God. Nope. All it does is just move you to that part of the website. That is so dumb. I hate you. I hate you so much. Oh, yeah, numbers, cool, whatever. Good for you. All right. I am pretty confident that that is an MLS gasket. And it has pretty much everything else I think that I need. I don't think I need anything else. I think that's pretty good, because it's also got, like, the middle part of the gasket thingy. Yeah. I'm so unclear. This music is a little too peaceful. A little too ominous. Yeah, that'll do. Confusement? Yeah, I agree. It is very confusing. Yeah. That's done pretty well. How much time did we spend looking for that? That was really infuriating to try to figure out what this was and how to get it. But we figured it out. In the end, we got there. And thanks for telling me about this website. I have never heard of it before. But if you say that it's a reputable website, I will trust it. Because I don't trust eBay. I still think that this price is too good. Did I have closed off the website, haven't I? Damn it. All right, let's see if there's different ones as well. I have another look. So we got MGM. Oh, no, that was wrong. That's correct. Good. Let's go by that. Let's find the gaskets again. What? It's just taking me to the same website. No, I want to search, please. I don't want to just go for this. Okay, you're just taking me around in circles. Great, love it, thanks. Let's go to homepage and try again. Energy F, good, that's all good. Let's go search on that. And... gasket? Can't see gasket here anywhere. Gaskets and sealing rings. Full gasket set, engine. Oh, these are more expensive. $126, full gasket set. What do we get in this we don't get in the other one, apparently? That is way too small. What is this? An image for ants? That is the wrong head gasket. That is the cheap and nasty gasket. Why am I seeing brake discs? What is happening? Why is brake... What? I went for gasket set, please. How did I find this last time? Am I in the wrong area? Talking about end electric head bolts, drain plugs, suspension, oil filters, plug distributor, oil, plug distributor, alternator battery, thermostat, oil drain plug, sump gasket, camshaft seals, call. No. Oh, head gaskets and okay, there we go. Click on gaskets and sealing. Rocket cab. What? Full gasket set engine. Why did that come up with the coolant? I don't know if you can see this, but the coolant circuit seals. Looks like a penis. That's funny. Gasket set, oil rail, anything else? I'm actually having a good time right now. There was the other thing, a thermostat. You're right, I should probably look at that as well. Yeah, then we just got brake. Why are we seeing brake discs? What is happening? Rocket cover gas. I just want the gasket set. Rocket cover gasket? Okay. No, apparently middle click doesn't work. Apparently they don't like us. Gasket, cylinder, head cover. Nope, none of that. Okay, so, let's go back, see if we can't find the thermostat, because apparently that is a also common failure point. Would it be cheaper to have one cut up SA versus UK shipping? Maybe? But I'm fairly trustworthy at this. Oil filter... Oh, you know what? I'd probably get oil filters and all that sort of stuff. Let's just go filters. Go back! Hit back! Oh, now you're gonna go back twice, aren't you? Oh, shitty website. Thank you. Oil filters. Is there an oil filter set or just... Because I want a filter set. Nope. Okay. Let's just go with oil filter. Air filter could just be a pod filter. I don't care. Those are really cheap and universal. $1.56 or $1... good. Okay. You know what? I might actually be able to buy one of these locally. Because they look like fairly basic ones. Let's go to Super Cheap Auto on that. And let's go with... MGF oil filter. Try and use such MGF oil. Will that come up with anything better? Oil cells, great. MGF head gasket. Probably won't come up with anything, but MGF gasket? Nope. Okay, just thought I would check. We'll probably grab this at the same time for the shipping and whatnot, so it shouldn't be so bad. These look fairly cheap as well. Let's go ahead and... I wonder if I can do this. Yes, I can. Nice. So I can hold the back button and then move down a middle click on the thing that I wanted to check out. So, wait, engine. What do we got here? Anyway, we still wanted a thermostat, so that'd probably be under some sort of cooling thing, right? Engine cooling system. Thermostat. What else we got here? Radiators, water pumps, antifreeze. We don't care about that. Poly V-belt kit. You know what? I probably do need new cam belts because it is a fairly old engine. So that's a fairly decent price. Let's go back again. Pricing out a lot of stuff right here. $1.56, sure. Oil filters are oil filters. There's not really much of a thing to do here. Why is that one bronze and that one not bronze? Dayco's a fairly good brand that I know about. And that's $8.70. So yeah, let's go with the $8.71 from Dayco. Then, what are we doing here? Belts. Belts, chains, and rollers. Poly V-belt kit, timing belt. What is the difference between timing belt and poly V-belt kit? Timing belt kit? Oh! Timing belt kit. That might come with the cam locks that I need. I don't think that is... And water pump timing belt. Okay, that's not so bad. 50-something pounds. Oh, hold on. That comes with... What do we got here? Is that a crank lock? I think that might be the... Not sure. Just says timing belt kit. What is this shitty description? God damn it. I am the designer for the Zephyr GT. I know I'm known as Lazy Shifter on the Reddit site. Ah! You're the one I missed the name of. Stefan P. Thanks for the score. I hope you had fun with it. I mean, yeah, sure. It was a good car. I don't think this is... I need a cam lock. So I don't know... What is that extra thing there? Anyway. What have we got? No, copied. That's not right. What was it? This. Cam lock. That's not what I need. Cam belt change video, engine cooling type, cam lock. Oh, is that what it looks like? Interesting. What is this website? See on eBay, available on Amazon. I've never bought from Amazon. I do have Amazon Prime, so I could probably get the shipping for free. Who is pinging me? Vens, you son of a bitch. Alright, I won't block Vens. By the way, I think the stars are the reviews. Are you saying if I click on the stars? No. So I know that it's getting 4 out of 5 averaged out of 13 customers. I'm pretty sure that's correct. But I can't see like them writing like... I got what I ordered, or like these people suck shit. We don't want this website no more. Don't need that open. This is for the gasket kit, so we'll leave that. Don't care about that. Don't care about that. Don't care about that. Don't care about that. You can close that one off. 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 What's this? That's Modland. Close that one off. Okay, good. Let's go see on eBay. No items found. Great! You know, I might be able to 3D print one. That doesn't look that complicated. I wonder. Thingiverse, please. Thingiverse? Let's try having a look. What is it again? The 18K4F. God damn it. Okay. I might get somebody to, like, take a picture of, like, the top end of it and send me a thing, and then I might 3D model it up and then put it up on Thingiverse for people to use. So let's go Camlock again. I'm not seeing anything 3D printed. What the hell is that? That is bizarre. See, this is what I expect to see when I see a Camlock. And that is 3D printed too. Nice. Oh my god, that is genius. He's got a bolt and a nut, and all he did was... Oh, that is ingenious. I don't know how stable it is, but that's some sort of wood block. Weird. And then there's some sort of weird cutout metal thing. That seems to be probably a universal sort of thing. Okay, interesting. Yeah, anyway, let's go back and have a look. Just buy the tool that we want. My eye is burning. Let's see if we can't find it on here. Actually, you know what? Hold on. Available on Amazon. If I can't find it here, we'll just close that off. Let me guess. Can't find it? Oh, no, it is here. That's too universal, unfortunately. There we go. £7. This is .co.uk. Let's try that again. That's Facebook. That's not what I wanted. I don't use Facebook. eBay. Please. This is not helping me. There's 0 things found. Let's go worldwide. Mr. Worldwide. There is nothing here. So we will have to go with this British one. Hopefully they ship to the US. Sorry, to AU. Sorry, I was thinking that we're in the US. Twin Camera Roger K series, Turbo Seals, other order payments. Will they ship to Australia? Located in that. Deliveries. Postage and payment to Australia. Package, £9 to Australia. That's actually not a bad price. And I will believe them when they say that that is for doing it to Australia. My bad, I thought you would have had streamer mode on. Oh, no, it's not that. I hate looking down and seeing notifications from Discord and not looking at them. But I hate having to take time out of stream to look at somebody's DMs that they send me. It's hilarious that this turned from an automation car stream into searching for car parts. I actually said I was going to do that. This is the definition of 200 IQ. What? Anyway, I would love if somebody could send me like a front-on picture of their Camlock tool so I could 3D print something up. Damn, I wish I knew the dimensions of that. Hold on. Let's see if somebody hasn't put something like that in. No. Alright. I might pop onto a Facebook group that I'm on and ask somebody to do it for me. Because I've tried to work without a cam locking tool before on my Ford, and it is horrible. But that car is just poorly designed, that engine. I believe it's the Zetec engine. It's so badly designed. I'm going to move this webcam around a little bit. Hopefully then I'm not like half off the screen when I'm trying to read chat. That's unfortunate. Whatever. Yeah, that will do. So, we've got that, we've got that, we've got that, we've got that, that, and yeah, we're looking at cam changing kits. Look at that one and look at that one. This comes with a water pump, one of them does. Here we've got a picture. I have no idea what I'm looking at. That is completely unhelpful. Thank you. That is a tensioner? Or is that a tool of some sort? I think that's just a tensioner. It's a belt. I should probably get a new cam belt at the same time. I don't know. Are the tensioners a weak point? This has got a tensioner and a water pump. And it's only 10 extra pounds. Great British pounds. So I think I'll go with the water pump because it's only 10 extra pounds. That's what, like $1 million extra Australian dollars? That's nothing. One AUD to GBP. 54. Wow, we're like 50%. $1.85 is how much 1 pound buys. It used to be like $2.20 when I was really young. So that's not horrible, but it's also on the way up for the last couple of years, ever since thing happened. I'm surprised Brexit didn't hurt it more. Oh no, this is only 1 month. Oh no, it doesn't actually change by much. It's changed by 2 cents. So if I give it a couple of days and then order, hopefully it'll be back down again. Let's go to 1 year. It seems to be in a bit of an uptick. If we leave it maybe a couple of weeks, it'll probably go down again. 5 year, fairly stable. Would have been great if I had bought this in March of 2020. You know what? I know a bunch of British smaller YouTubers. I could just like flex on them. Hey, go do this thing for me. Otherwise, I'm not gonna promote you anymore. I wouldn't do that. That's a dick move. What are we doing over here? Cam locks. Yeah, there was no cam locks for that engine from Australia, was there? Oh. Oh, is that the same one? That's just price converted? Would be about $20. Oh, okay. That's just a shitty conversion rate. Let's close this one off. And I'm pretty sure that's the one here. So yeah, we got that one from the Australian eBay. Why is that opening up in a different page? All right. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. ST5? What? What's ST5? Yeah, so that is a bunch of different things I need to order. Why does that keep going to the 361? I hate animations. I don't know if I need a crank locking tool, but for now, we have done everything that I need to do. I'm probably going to bookmark these as opposed to actually buying them because the conversion rate at the moment is horrible. I might... I think I might be logged in. I should just be able to just go add to watch list. Add to watch list. Good. They're both added to my watch list, so I can close them off. And these 4 things, because I don't need this one. Why do none of them have a cam locking tool? That is something you need. God damn it. Why is it not opening? Hold on, where were we? Was it... I can't remember what I was looking at. Was it this one? Why is it not opening in another website? Another page. It's so annoying. Alright, what do we got here? Tensioner pulley... thing. I can't see what I'm looking at. Oh, it's just the same thing, but like in a smaller image inside the image. Thanks, website. Great. All right, yeah, we should be good anyway. All right. Sing Mac Me Sleep. Huh? make you sleep. Is that what you want? I'm confused. MG Owners Club, maybe? I would, but I went on there and I asked a simple question. Now, I was planning on joining the MG Owners group locally to where I am, though I'm pretty sure it's a lot smaller here than what it is in Victoria. And I said, what is a good place to buy a gasket? A head gasket, MLS gasket, I believe is the way I actually put it. And they said, like a lot of people just came up saying, oh yeah, you better do the upgrade. I'm like, that's what I'm asking. Like, what's a good place to buy it? I don't want to buy it from a disreputable place. And then one of the people said, oh, if you join the MG Rover, like, car club or whatever, we have a whole bunch of information that you can have. Now, clubs here in Australia are not free to join. They are quite expensive. So they hid it behind a paywall. So I said, wow, you put it behind a paywall? That I was actually planning to join, but you have left a little bit of a bitter taste in my mouth. And then they go making fun of me in the comments. I'm like, yeah, right, I'm not joining that club anymore. I'm in the Facebook group, I'll ask other people, but nah, screw those people. They're dicks. But yeah, that's why I don't like some people. Like, putting things behind a paywall is a dick move. Especially if you're trying to, like, encourage people to join your group. Don't paywall them. Because they'll just find another way around it. And then they'll have a bitter taste in their mouth and then not want to hang around douchebags that paywall things. Like, oh my god. Go screw yourself. Anyway, that is all for today. We've whittled down our viewers to the slender amount of people that are bored and just want to watch me do shitty research. But thank you everyone for joining. So that is you, Kyle Hammer, and Shadow, and Space Warrior, and Flame Z, and Vens. Thank you for coming by. Stefan P, thank you for coming by. And thank you for the car. Gaben Hood, I don't believe I've seen you around before, so thank you for coming by and for hanging around today, even if, I know you probably moved on by now. Flamesy, I think I've said hello. Crownless, thank you for hanging around for the longest time. Crispy Shaman, thank you for coming around and for the car today. Shadow353, have I said hello, said goodbye to you? I'm not sure. BMX, you hung around for the longest time, so goodbye to you as well. Blood Moon, you were late, but thank you for coming by anyway, bro. Very much appreciated. I'm pretty sure I've said goodbye to all of yous. Idiots, thank you for coming by and insulting everyone, including yourself, but that's fine. Cascade Freak, thank you for stopping by ever so briefly. Niter Dragon GT, you know what, let's go. This one, Niter Dragon GT, thank you for coming by. I think Broken Ursa, thank you for coming by, and thank you for the car, even if it was scary as fuck. Yep, I think that's it. That's everyone. So, thank you all, but I'll catch you next time. Goodbye. Also, I should really mention, when it comes